Yo, what's going on, man? Sorry for the late delay, but Rapstar had to get his little bit of rest in, you know what I'm saying? But yo, we're here right now. Smash the fucking like button and subscribe to the channel, bro. Hey, listen, right now boxing's a bit dead, and what's going on is exhibitions. And one thing we know is that this new era of exhibitions is taking over some part of boxing. Whether you like it or you don't, it's up to you. You got to be part of the new era. The new era is exhibitions for fighters coming out of retirement. Fighters coming out here today selling pay-per-views, mate. Ricky Hatton and Marco Antonio Barrera just did it. So no matter what we think, this is the new era and a new business that comes with boxing. So look, exhibitions, man. Let's talk about some exhibitions that we might as well really watch them. Let's stop the cap. Let's stop all this bullshit exhibitions, man. Let's get some real exhibitions going out here. I want to see some real exhibitions. I want to see fights that we're going to talk about today. You want to see some real exhibitions. Let's get Erik Morales. Let's get Erik Morales versus Manuel Marquez. Hey, listen, these two were great fighters, but they never crossed paths. And I know they're a shell of themselves today. But if you really want to put exhibitions together, then we need to see exhibitions for fights, for big fights that you could have been a big fight years ago, but they can come and just give you an exhibition. You know what I'm saying? Now you think about Juan Manuel Marquez versus Erik Morales. How good would that fight have been in real life? That fight never ever happened, bro. That was a fight that never fucking happened. Exhibitions are fights that you would want to see for a fight in your brain that you would say, yeah, this is a fight I would have wanted to watch anyway. If you're going to sell it the right way, man. Give us fights that never happen and these guys can come in as exhibitions. You know what I'm saying? I'll show you many other exhibitions that can happen. There's many exhibitions that can happen, bro. But this would be a good one. I'm telling you, this would be a good one, bro. But let me see. There's another one. Wait. I had some good exhibitions. Right now, I'm late on my stream. I haven't even put all the content together, man. I just went live because I'm late. But yeah, I got loads of exhibitions I'll put together. I should have downloaded all the pictures. But you tell me about exhibitions that you want to watch. Because we know that exhibitions is going to happen anyway. Right? And these two guys, I'll tell you this now, people would watch this exhibition. But let me see what you guys are saying right now. Give me a second. Yo, so John McSmith says an exhibition is Mayweather versus Canelo Alvarez. Lennox Lewis versus Tyson Fury. Now, these could be exhibitions. It all depends what fighters want to come back and fight. You know what I'm saying? It all depends on the fights that you might want to see. See, for me, I always wanted to watch Erik Morales versus Juan Manuel Marquez. This was a fight that I never got. You know what I'm saying? So I would watch this fight as an exhibition. Now, I know both of these men are a shell of themselves. But at the end of the day, that will sell it for me. That will hype me up just to get both these guys in the ring. For me, that would be legendary to see Erik Morales come back to fight Juan Manuel Marquez in an exhibition. Give it a 6 rounds. 6 rounds. It'll be a good fucking exhibition, bro. Chuck, yo, big shout out to Geyser, John McSmith. A big shout out to Hayes. A big shout out to Eric Gomez. You know what I mean? Chuck says, I want to see ring girls have exhibition to fuck the dudes. You funny motherfucker, Chuck. You're a funny motherfucker, aren't you, Chuck? Yeah? You want to see ring girls come and fuck the dudes for an exhibition, yeah? You funny geezer. Give me a second. Hayes says, please no more exhibitions for the love of boxing. Hayes, you can't get away from exhibitions now, bro. You got to live with exhibitions, bro. This is a part of the culture of boxing, right? And that's why I said I want to see Oscar De La Hoya. They always argue with each other. Dana White calls Oscar De La Hoya a crackhead. Dana White calls Oscar De La Hoya a crackhead, and he calls him all kinds of names. Yeah? Dana White's always playing Oscar De La Hoya like he's some bitch. So Oscar De La Hoya said, if Dana White wants to get in the ring, I will show him what a bitch is. So this is a fight I want to see. I want to see UFC's president, who's always giving it to boxing. I want to see Dana White grow some balls and come and fight Oscar De La Hoya. Because Oscar De La Hoya said that he will beat the fuck out of you. Even right now. So both of these are grown men, old men. Well, older men, not old men, sorry. Still, you know, but older men. So both of these guys can get it on in an exhibition, bro. I think this would sell. I think Dana White versus Oscar De La Hoya exhibition would sell out, mate. I'm telling you. They both got beef. They both hate each other. Oscar De La Hoya hates fucking Dana White. He purposely put on an MMA fight for Tito Ortiz versus Chuck Liddell just to piss Dana White off. Oscar De La Hoya been digging Dana White from God knows how many years. And Dana White's out there always talking bad about Oscar De La Hoya. He's always cursing Oscar De La Hoya. Oscar De La Hoya is a crackhead, a cocaine head, fucks whores, wears the dress. Oscar De La Hoya wears bikinis. You see Dana White always cursing Oscar De La Hoya. Calling him a cocaine addict all the time. If you ever ask Dana White about Oscar De La Hoya in UFC, he talks the worst about him. So this will be a good exhibition. For me, I would watch this exhibition, funny enough. Dana White getting beaten up by Oscar De La Hoya. That would be a good exhibition for me. At the end of the day, it is what it is. Boxing has let exhibitions come and take over some boxing. Because boxers ain't fighting nobody. These boxers ain't fighting each other. So the exhibitions are taking over, bro. Whether you like it or not, exhibitions are making money in boxing. Because the boxers have allowed exhibitions to take the dates, the venues, because they're not fighting each other as actively. You know what I'm saying? Boxers are being divas. Exhibitions, fighters are coming back. Mayweather fought twice this year. What the fuck did Errol Spence and Terence Crawford do? Mayweather fought 2 exhibitions. Boxers ain't fighting each other, man. Even Ricky Hatton's come back and fighting in exhibitions. Because boxers are giving these guys opportunity because they're not giving many big fights. Boxing's dead. That's why exhibitions are coming, bro. Wake the fuck up. Boxing's got problems. Fighters are not fighting each other nowadays. There's too much talk. Exhibitions are going on. Whether you like it or you don't, it's the truth. You know? But yo, let me give a shout out to the people. I can't even see the chat. Give me a minute so I can switch on the laptop so I can see who's in the chat, man. Give me a sec.
Move. 1, 2. That's it. That's it. That's it. With your arms now. That's it. That's it. Move.
What up?
How are you?
I'm great.
Can we meet you?
My name is Tunde Tupac, aka the Rap Killer,
Tunde Tupac.
the Rap Flexer, kill them all.
Your name.
Your name is
Tunde
Tunde.
Tupac.
Tunde Tupac.
You can write the Rap Killer there.
But Tunde is your
It's
name.
okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Tunde, with your dressing, I know the kind of song that you're about to present.
Yes.
So you want to tell us about it?
Just rap game. I kill the rap game because the haters want us down, but they're not gonna get us.
You don't
Calm
need to
down.
tell us about the haters now.
Rappers, right? You're a
Yes.
rapper.
Rapper.
Good. Let's hear you.
Check it. Ha ha. Check it. Ha ha ha. Check it. Check it. Check it. I rule everywhere. I rule. They want to take me down, but they cannot take me down. Yeah. I rule New York. I rule Lagos to Atlanta. We go to Chicago. Check me out. Check my game. My game is tight. All the haters, I shoot them in the brain. Boom, boom, boom. I've been around with my guys, 50 Cent, Tupac, Biggie, Snoop Dogg. We're all in this game together because I kill them all. I kill Tupac and I kill Biggie. I kill them all because they can't contain my rap game.
Hey!
It's off the
Wait,
hook because I'll
calm
kill
down.
you all now.
No, calm down. You killed?
You killed who?
It's just a lyric. Don't fear.
Lyric.
Your lyric
Hey.
will put you in trouble. You have to be very careful. You don't just go about saying things that you don't know.
It's a rap game. That's how it is.
Oh, okay.
How old are you?
I've been in this game for more than 20 years.
How old are
What's
you?
it?
I'm 15 years old.
What?
Just forget my age. Just focus on how long I've been in the game.
And you know Tupac. You know Snoop Dogg. You know
By the
50
grace of
Cent.
God, we met in the States.
Oh.
Which state?
Akwa Ibom.
This guy.
You're just a joker. You know what? Just go. We'll get
Just-
back to you.
Yo. We're back in the fucking building out here, man. But look, Steven says, I don't want to see any exhibitions. I want to see fighters of today facing each other. It's not happening, Steven. It's not happening what you're thinking, Steven. Exhibitions are giving opportunities to retired fighters to make multi-millions. It's a business. And this is an exhibition fight that I think would be a big exhibition fight. Joe Calzaghe versus Andre Ward. Now, whether they're a shell of who they are today, these are fights that they can make as an exhibition, bro. If I was a promoter, I will put this together. At the end of the day, these are exhibitions now that they can sell. It doesn't matter what you think, Stephen. Exhibitions have taught people that there's a market out there. You know? As cheesy as it is, you saw Tyson versus Roy Jones at 57 years old. 50 fucking 5 years old. People are willing to pay for that. So exhibitions is a business. You got fucking Ricky Hatton just come out at 40 fucking 5 years old. Marco Antonio Barrera looking fat as fuck. People are looking at exhibitions because boxing is being dead. Boxing's not giving you every event. So exhibitions are taking some of the money. And people want to watch them. But this is an exhibition. Joe Calzaghe versus Andre Ward. But in their prime, can you imagine the fight this would have been? In their prime, can you imagine the fight this would have been, bruv? Come on. Andre Ward versus Joe Calzaghe, bro. Come on, bruv. It's a serious fight. You know? But let me give a shout out to Bruce Goes, NL in the building. We are officially in the WWE of boxing. You get me? It's a new generation of boxing. That's right. The new generation has killed boxing, bro. They've allowed old fighters to come and take over. What the fuck you think this is? Exhibitions is part of the boxing culture. Now exhibitions are stronger than they've ever been. You get me? Yeah? I'll tell you what exhibition I like to watch though. Yeah? Yo, big shout out to the greatest story fella. Great commentary, young man. What's good, rap star? Salute. Yeah, man. Hey, listen, bro. I keep it real with you guys. Exhibitions are there now. We're gonna have to get used to it, bro. You're gonna have to get used to seeing exhibitions, whether you like it or not. That's part of the business of boxing. Because exhibitions make normal fights as undercards. You got normal boxers on exhibitions, which are fighting on the undercard. It's a big business. It's big money. Ricky Hatton must have made millions, and so did Barrera just the other day. You know, so these are fighters sitting on their couch thinking, fuck it, shall I go training, bro? Celebrity boxing. Celebrity boxing, mate. You got to get used to it. You're going to see the Kardashians fighting soon, right? You're going to see Kanye West versus Jay-Z. Who the fuck wouldn't pay for that? Kanye West versus Jay-Z. You know? They were going to do Chris Brown versus Soldier Boy, weren't they? Yeah, last year or something, a couple years ago. I don't know what happened with that. But celebrity boxing, that's going to be another big thing, right? But I'll tell you, there's another exhibition I like to watch, and maybe in a couple of years, just for the country of Philippines. And that'd be my friend Nonito Donaire versus Manny Pacquiao for the Philippines as an exhibition. What do you think that is, bro? Nonito Donaire, when he retires, that could be a massive, massive exhibition fight. A massive exhibition fight, right? For the Philippines. Come on. That'd be huge for the Philippines. Manny Pacquiao versus Nonito Donaire is obviously a smaller man. But as an exhibition fight, a 6-rounder, man, they could sell that. They could put that together, bro. I'll tell you that much. That would be a good exhibition in a couple years for the Philippines. What do you think about this one? Manny Pacquiao versus Nonito Donaire. Obviously, Manny's a bigger man. But come on, for the Philippines, for their country, this will be huge as an exhibition. No cap. Yeah, let's see what the people want to watch. All right, I see Trump versus Biden from Stephen. NL says 50 Cent versus Mayweather. Right? Pat Greedy says instead of presidential debates, they go 4 rounds. Manny is already talking slow. He's going to be a vegetable, shaking my head. Now, listen, Manny Pacquiao's got an exhibition fight going on next couple of weeks, you can. Manny Pacquiao's back in the ring. What do you think this is? After everybody see that Floyd Mayweather money, after everybody seeing that Mayweather money, bro, Manny Pacquiao wants a piece of that shit. Manny Pacquiao fighting some kickboxer or some martial artist in the next few weeks, bruv. Yeah, mate. Manny Pacquiao's having another exhibition. Well, he's never had one, sorry. This is Manny Pacquiao's first exhibition. How about that one? You know? Whether you like it or not, exhibitions are what boxing is. We are part of a new culture, right? Celebrity boxing, exhibitions, YouTubers, people fighting from their house, putting a camera on, making it in the ring, having hate for each other in these internets. These are becoming now big global exhibition fights. And not to mention, they got a lot of exhibitions, like undercards full of exhibitions. Right? Not the legend Manny Pacquiao. Yes, the legend Manny Pacquiao is going in an exhibition, bro. It is true. You know? But there's exhibition fights out there, bro. For people right now. There's exhibition fights that might surprise you in the next fucking 6 months. You don't know who the fuck is coming out of their house. You don't know who the fuck is going to turn up now. Now that I saw Ricky Hatton and Marco Antonio Barrera coming out for exhibition, you don't know who the fuck is next. Punch versus Southpaw. Rap star versus Punch. You're funny. Yeah, yeah, man. Exhibition. Damn the other boxers. More active than, yeah, mate. The other boxers ain't even active as exhibition fights, bro. Exhibitions are more happening in boxing today. You know what I'm saying? Whether you like it or you don't. Whether you like it or you don't. What exhibitions, let's keep it real, that you think, let's go with some names now. Let's see what exhibitions that you guys think we should see in 2023. What exhibitions you want to see in 2023, bro? Huh? What exhibitions would you like to see in 2023? Give me some names. I gave you Eric Morales versus Juan Manuel Marquez. What about Pacquiao versus Floyd for an exhibition? Pacquiao versus Floyd for an exhibition will be a big fight. Manny Pac versus Mayweather. Okay. See, people would rather watch Manny Pac versus Mayweather maybe over Errol Spence versus Crawford, even if it's an exhibition. A lot of people would tune in to Manny Pac even after 10 years and Mayweather after fucking 10 years. They're both finished. Then watch Errol Spence versus fucking Crawford, bro. That's how crazy this is. You know? But exhibitions is a market. There's a lot of room for exhibitions, bro. Massive room. De La Hoya versus Canelo. NL wants to see De La Hoya versus Canelo one day as an exhibition. All right. I mean, De La Hoya's quite a bit older than Canelo. If they're going to get it on, they're going to get it on after a couple of years, maybe max. But after that, that's, you know, De La Hoya's getting older, man. You know? What about Nassim Hamid versus Eric Morales? Nassim Hamid versus Eric Morales. Or Lennox Lewis versus Mike Tyson. Lennox Lewis versus Mike Tyson for an exhibition, bro. Fighting close to their 60s. It's true though, isn't it? Lennox Lewis versus Mike Tyson. That's a big exhibition, even now. Even now, that would sell 1 million pay-per-views. Lennox Lewis versus Mike Tyson would sell 1 million pay-per-views. John McSmith wants to see Lennox Lewis versus Riddick Bowe. John McSmith want to see Lennox Lewis versus Riddick Bowe. All right. What about any celebrity matchups? Or any kind of a boxing exhibition? Any names? Any names that come to your mind? Lewis versus Bowe, yeah? Michael Jordan versus, what do you say? Christopher Thomas. I don't know who that guy is. I know Michael Jordan. I don't know who the other guy is, NL. Michael Jordan, everybody fucking knows. Big Daddy Bowe. Jerry Seinfeld versus Eddie Murphy. Oh, man. We're taking this to another level now. This has become a bit of a joke, isn't it? Jerry Seinfeld versus Eddie Murphy. Now where the fuck are we going with this shit? I shouldn't have done this live, bro. This live's becoming a bit of a joke, isn't it? Oh, shit. Kevin Effect says, I want to see Eddie Reynoso versus Derek James. That would be great, man, to see two trainers have an exhibition boxing match. That would be, hey, listen, I think that would be big. If two trainers could get a boxing match going, that would probably be one of the biggest sells. If you had Eddie Reynoso fight Derek James, two trainers fight each other would be great. Dave Chappelle versus LGBTQ. NL says Undertaker versus Kevin Nash. Yeah. Get two wrestling guys into a boxing match. Two big wrestlers, like big wrestling names in the WWE, and put them into a boxing match. You know what I mean? Greatest storyteller ever says Anthony Brown versus Tom Brady. All right. That's probably, I know Tom Brady's a football player, wasn't he? Or he is. He's an American football player, isn't he? Tom Brady. I remember Tom Brady because I did some research once when Mayweather put him on FaceTime in a boxing HBO, one of his boxing you know when Mayweather used to do the HBO bullshit. I saw Tom Brady in one of his contents. So yeah, Tom Brady's a football player, right? Prince Charles versus Prince Andrew. What the fuck is John McSmith talking about, bro? What the fuck do you guys talking about? Van Damme versus Stallone. Van Damme versus Stallone, bro. Bruce Lee versus Bolo. Man, that can't happen. Bruce Lee died. You know what I'm saying? This is the next exhibition. You got Andrew Tate versus what's his name? Jake Paul. You got Andrew Tate versus Jake Paul, bro. Putin versus Zelensky. Tom Brady is the GOAT. Okay. Bomb Squad. Yes, Eric Gomez. Respect. Andre Ward versus Kovalev. Yeah, that's a good one. My King Wilder versus Al Heyman. I'm choking right now. I'm fucking choking with these names, bruv. You guys have got me you guys have got me laughing my head off. The names you guys have come out with, bro. Holy shit. You guys are funny as fuck. Chan versus Lee. Tony Bridges versus Tracy. Al Heyman versus Eddie Hearn. Nah. Chris Rock versus Will Smith. Now that's a good one. Chris Rock versus Will Smith would sell after what happened between them. And yeah, that's a good one. I like that one. Will Smith versus Chris Rock. Let's go. Get your fucking selves in the ring, you cunts. Eddie Hearn versus Leonard Ellaby. Now you're talking, motherfuckers. Now you're about that exhibition life. Now you guys are talking about the exhibition life. Eddie Hearn versus Leonard Ellaby is the motherfucking exhibition, bro. That's the fight I want to see, mate. That's the one, bro. I like that fight. Yeah, man. That's a good one. That's a great one, Kevin. That will sell out the pay-per-view, bro. That will sell more than the boxers. Eddie Hearn versus Leonard Ellaby, mate. For sure. NL says Tunde versus That's It. You funny guy, bro. Tunde versus That's It, man. Tunde wants to fight this guy.
1, 2. That's it. That's it. That's it. With your arms now. That's it. That's it. Move. 1, 2.
That's funny, bro. That is funny. The Rock versus Will Smith. Man, The Rock would kill Will Smith, bro. I got Eddie in that one. Yeah, man. Eddie, I think I listen. Eddie used to box when he was a young guy, you know. Eddie done a couple of amateur fights. I mean, he only had a couple, not more than that. But Eddie Hearn he knows how to box, mate. You know what I'm saying? He knows a little bit. No, I ain't saying he ain't no fucking boxer, but what I'm saying is Eddie Hearn has put gloves on, and when he was younger, he did go into the boxing ring. He trained and he had a couple of bouts. All right? So Eddie Hearn, you got a favour versus Leonard Ellaby all day. Eddie Hearn all day versus Leonard Ellaby, bro. I got Eddie Hearn. Tank Davis versus Tyson Fury. Come on, bro. The smallest guy versus the biggest guy. I mean, that would sell millions, but come on. Nobody will take it serious. That would be a proper exhibition. That would be a proper exhibition, you know what I mean? With rules and regulations and premeditated. That would be like WWE if we did that, you know? But yeah, man, that's some crazy exhibitions you motherfuckers have come out with. A midget like Chocolito versus a giant like Fury would sell. I just said the same thing. I just said the same thing. You know what I'm saying? I just said the same thing. A smallest guy versus the big guy. That would sell like crazy. You know? What about a man versus a woman? What about for the first time we see a woman go in the ring with a man, all hands on, all guns blazing? That would be an exhibition, bro. That would be a fucking exhibition, mate. Get one of the toughest women against a man who's just a normal man. I'm just saying. Wouldn't it be good to see a woman knock out a man? Like, put a tough woman in there with some skinny fucking man and let her butcher him. Let her butcher him. That would be selling like crazy. If we put someone like Chris Cyborg in there with fucking Mr. Bean, who's never even thrown a punch in his life, like he can just about punch, let him take a fucking beating in a cage, lock him up. That would be mad. Lock them up, bro. Let that woman beat the fuck out of him. Can you imagine that? Bro, can you imagine that? A woman beating the fuck out of a man in front of your face. Huh? Just imagine that for a minute. While I listen, I need to take an interval, bro. If we're going to keep this stream moving, we can talk about something else. If not, look, I'll send the link for anyone if anybody wants the link. You know? Just might know everybody wants to speak about exhibitions, speak about what the fuck you want. But yo, a big shout out to my brethren, Toby Bartlett, man. Yeah, man. What's going on, Toby? But what's your favorite exhibition that you would want to watch? I already told you mine. I want to see a woman, one of the toughest women, yeah, go in there like with a skinny Mr. Bean. I want to see a heavyweight woman go in there with a fucking featherweight guy. You heard what I'm saying, right? As a proper exhibition, if you want to sell it, I want to see a tough heavyweight woman, tough, who knows how to fight, with just a featherweight guy who don't really fight. I want to see that woman butcher the man. Holy shit. A woman on TV butchering the man, knocking him out, busting him up. Clarissa Shields versus Chris Brown. Hey, that might be the one, you know. I will pay 100, 200 for that. I will pay 200 for that. I will pay 300. Come on. Do you know what I mean? Clarissa Shields versus Chris Brown. I will pay for that, bro. I want to see Clarissa Shields beat the fuck out of Chris Brown. But I want to see Clarissa Shields knock Chris Brown out. I want to see her knock him out, bro. Or Clarissa Shields versus Soulja Boy. Oh man, what we talking about, bro? What we talking about here? You get me? Carissa Shields versus Chris Brown, man. I'm ready to pay money for that, bro. I want to see Carissa Shields beat the fuck out of Chris Brown. Yeah? For what he did to Rihanna. Chris Brown wants to put hands on a woman. I'm going to send Carissa Shields in there. Now I'm going to show you the real Rihanna. The Rihanna 2.0. Yeah? Don't fuck with this Rihanna, because you ain't going to want to sleep with her. You ain't going to be putting your hands on this Rihanna, bro. This Rihanna will beat the fuck out of Chris Brown. Yeah? Rag him around like he did to Rihanna. Do you remember? Trust me, man. If I was Rihanna, I would have fucking paid Carissa Shields 100 racks. Say, yo, man, go over there and beat the fuck out of this cunt. Beat Chris Brown so bad that he remembers every lyric of his song in the fucking beating. Give me one of Chris Brown's songs right now. Remind me. She be saying, sing that fucking song, bitch. Motherfucker. Sing that Rihanna song, you motherfucker. Bang. Beat the fucker up. That would be the exhibition of all time. Chris Brown getting it back from Carissa Shields for what he did to Rihanna. Yeah, man, that's the one, bro. I will pay fucking 500. I'm thinking about it now. I will pay fucking 500 for that one. I want to see Carissa Shields beat the fuck out of that peanut head. That little tiny peanut head that's got red hair right now. Like, looks like a fucking chicken with a red head. Yeah, man. Have you seen Chris Brown lately? He's got a fucking red hair. Looks like a rooster. And hey, listen. Rihanna will be there fucking ringside, bro. Rihanna's going to be there ringside. Yeah? Rihanna's got fucking 5 million on Carissa Shields. Yeah? You want to fuck around with women? You want to pull fucking Rihanna around like a fucking ragdoll? Yeah? You're forgetting, yeah? All right, man. That's it, Carissa Shields. We want you to beat the fuck out of him. Man, that would be amazing to get Rihanna's fucking get back. You know? That would be crazy, bro. Chris Brown would be crying all night. All night. He'd be crying. What's that Rihanna song? It's been a while, you know? Give me all my money. What is it? Man, I want to hear some Rihanna right now. I'll be making Chris Brown scream. Scream, bitch. I'll make Chris Brown scream like a little girl for what you did to Rihanna. Rihanna's a billionaire right now. If I was Rihanna, I'll be calling up Carissa Shields right now. I say, Carissa, I'll give you 5 million. Let's get Chris Brown in the ring. I want to see you knock him out cold. And then you grab him up and make that motherfucker scream. Sing my songs. Umbrella, umbrella, whatever she used to sing. Fucking hell, man. Make Chris Brown scream like a bitch. Yeah, man, that will be fucking exciting, bro. That would be exciting, man. To see a woman go in there and beat the fuck out of a woman beater like Chris Brown. Skinny peanut head with the red hair on his head. Look like a fucking chicken rooster. Motherfucker gonna be dancing. He gotta be dancing all night. That's the only good thing Chris Brown got going for him. He got legs. You better be dancing. You better be doing the splits, the somersaults, and the fucking backflip. I'll tell you this. You better be moving around and screaming like a bitch, because you better be dancing and running around for 12 fucking rounds, motherfucker. I'll make Chris Brown do so much dancing, he wish he never fucking danced again for the rest of his life. I'll make that motherfucker dance so much, that motherfucker look like this motherfucker.
Move. 1, 2. That's it. That's it. That's it. With your arms now. That's it. That's it. Move.
Bro, that's what Chris Brown will be doing at the end of the night. Once Carissa Shields finished with him, he be fucked. His dancing moves would change. The man, fucking best dancer of the world, will become the worst dancer that you ever seen. His hips would never be the same, neither would his legs. Chris Brown will never be able to sing the same again. Clarissa Shields will entirely change his whole soul, his body, and his mind. He will not have any soul left. You know what I'm saying? Chris Brown will have no soul left. Oh, man. Listen, guys, you guys have got me laughing today. I got to tell you, today is a funny day, man. When you guys put Chris Brown versus Clarissa Shields, this shit went to another level. After everything Chris Brown done to Rihanna, bro. Let me show you. Man, you know what? I want to put this fight together. You guys reminded me something. Chris Brown got a pass. That motherfucker, Chris Brown, got a pass. Fuck boxing right now. We're talking what we're talking. Chris Brown got a pass. Let me show you why. Hey, bro, let me tell you something right now, bruv. Let me tell you guys something right now. Chris Brown got a fucking pass. Look at what he did to the beautiful Rihanna. Look at what he did to this woman, bruv. For real. We went on this conversation, but look at what he really, really did to this woman. He got a fucking pass. I want everybody to see this picture right now. And give me a minute. I want you guys to look at what he did to another woman, bro. Clarissa Shields needs to beat the fuck out of this man. Fucking peanut head motherfucker. Clarissa Shields should, any boxing woman should get Chris Brown in the ring and beat the fuck out of him. I'm telling you, as an exhibition. You want a real exhibition? I'll give you a real fucking exhibition, bro. Look at what he did to this beautiful woman. Look how beautiful Rihanna is. And that's what that motherfucker did to her, you know? He busted her face up. And that guy got a pass. He got a pass for doing that to a woman. Money got him out of that one. Man, I'll tell you something, bro. Chris Brown should have done 5 fucking years in jail. He shouldn't be singing anyway. And if I was a woman and I was a boxer, or fuck a boxer, a combat sports woman, a UFC woman, I would come out and I will beat the fuck out of Chris Brown. I would do anything it takes to get a fucking exhibition with Chris Brown. I'm just saying though, bro, guys, I see you guys are in here now, and I see men are in my channel right now. And what they saying to me? Rapstar, she was crazy. Rapstar, Chris Brown lost his career. Chris Brown lost a lot of attraction. Chris Brown got looked upon like a bitch. Man, what you want him to do, bro? The man never went jail. The man nearly fucking, but listen, let me tell you something, bro. Chris Brown did not slap Rihanna. He punched Rihanna up. Chris Brown punched her up like a man. He started throwing blows at her, left and right, he was ready to take her head off. Chris Brown fucked her up, bro. He fucked Rihanna up. Rihanna's never come on the limelight the same before again. She's never been the same again. She makes a lot of money, but Chris Brown did something to Rihanna, you know. He fucked her up, bro. I don't care what you say. Now, we don't know what she must have done, but nobody deserves this, bro. Now, they say that Rihanna gave Chris Brown STD. They say that Rihanna gave Chris Brown some kind of a sexual, was it STD? I don't know what the fuck they were saying. You know? Does anybody know why he put hands on her? Does anybody know why he beat the fuck out of her? Does anybody remember the story of why Chris Brown nearly killed Rihanna or punched her up? Anybody know anything? Some girls like them are bad boys. Sexually transmitted disease, STD, that's what I said. Did Rihanna give Chris Brown a sexually transmitted disease? Now that's my question. I want to know what you would have done if you had got a sexually transmitted disease, bro. Pat Greedy say he be on drugs. HIV. Whoa. Wait. No. And most men will beat the fuck out of Rihanna if they got HIV. Some men wouldn't be able to handle it if they got some kind of STDs. It was over an umbrella. You're funny. Now, I'm going to ask you as men, and be honest. If Rihanna gave you a disease, would you beat the fuck out of her? Be straight, bro. Don't be hiding on my fucking channel like a bitch. Keep it real as a man, how you feel. I want to know your views as a man. If Rihanna gave you a disease, would you have slapped the fuck out of her or punched her up like a man? Yes or no? I don't want no lies. Don't be capping over here. If Rihanna gave you a sexual disease, would you have slapped the fuck out of her or beat her up? Yes or no? I want to see this. I'm going to shut this whole shit down. I want to see how many men are being real here, bro. Yo, General says, I'll definitely give her 2 black eyes. Now, don't be capping on my channel, bro. I'll tell you that now. General says, I'll definitely give her 2 fucking black eyes, mate. Hayes says, yes, I'll slap her the fuck up. I would have my king, Wilder, dress up as a girl and beat her up. Oh, yeah, we need to put Tyson Fury in there to beat Chris Brown up, mate. I would sleep with Rihanna if she had herpes. Oh, fuck. My guy says he don't care if Rihanna got any disease. He wants to sleep with her, and he don't give a fuck if she's got every kind of disease, bro. What the fuck is he talking about? If we were in a relationship, I'm whooping ass. That means she cheated and burnt me. Hey, listen, you guys are beating the fuck out of Rihanna. People in this chat are beating Rihanna up. People in this chat right now, if they got a sexual disease, they're going to beat the fuck out of Rihanna, bro. That's what I'm looking at. So Chris Brown was not wrong then. Chris Brown was not fucking wrong then, is it, in your eyes, bro? Chris Brown wasn't wrong. If you're saying the same thing as what Chris Brown has fucking done, you're all like Chris Brown. Everybody in this chat is Chris Brown. You man them are acting like Chris Brown. that if she gave him a sexual transmitted disease, you just said you will give her 2 black eyes. You just said you will slap her the fuck up. You just said you will get Deontay Wilder, put someone in a dress and beat the fuck out of Rihanna. You just said that you will beat that ass. Sometimes you just gotta smack a bitch. So you guys are with Chris Brown. That Rihanna deserved to look like a homeless fucking bitch. You know, you guys are no good. You're just like Chris Brown. And I'm going to keep it real. I'm glad we got a woman here and no one less than one of the women who is one of the most intelligent ladies I know in boxing. It's no one else but Rachel Donaire herself. How you doing, Rachel? What's going on?
I thought we were talking about boxing.
This is a mad conversation.
I thought we were talking about boxing.
No, we're
Yeah,
not.
how
right
did
now.
this even come up?
Well, we were talking about exhibition fights, Rachel. And these people
The exhibition
said, well,
fight?
yeah, so we started talking about exhibition fights, and you know how the culture of exhibitions today are taking a piece of the market of boxing. And we were talking about just generally what fights do we want to see as exhibitions. And funny enough, we had your husband, the champ, versus Manny Pacquiao in the next few years. We would love to see that. We've just kind of done a survey. That would be a great fight for the Philippines, you know? Just as an exhibition.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we even had Nonito in there with Manny Pacquiao in the future. So we were just talking about these exhibitions, and somebody said Clarissa Shields versus Chris Brown, and then I said for what he did to Rihanna. And then we start laughing that Clarissa Shields should beat the fuck out of Chris Brown of what he did to a woman like that. And you know, to be honest, an exhibition today to be a multi-million global event would be a tough woman against a normal man. Because I've kind of realized if a woman can get a chance to beat a man up in front of the world, this is going to be something that we've never been used to, right?
Well, and I think that we're overestimating. I think we're overestimating the mentality and emotional state of men today. I think literally anyone born like after 84, and that's already pushing it, is kind of they're different now, especially coming into, you know, the really younger generation. They're not used to, you know, that whole quote unquote manning up. They didn't know how to fight in the streets. It's all very like, oh my God, you hurt my feelings, I'm going to Twitter it, right? So in that regard, a lot of women have been coming up and have been coming into a lot of masculine energy. So, I mean, I really think it depends on the guy. There's a lot of guys that I see today that I'm like, okay, all right, what's going on? You know what I mean? Like, it's different. So, I mean, I think if that was the case, but I mean, I heard about like, so they were saying that she had given him STDs, I guess is the case, right? Or what we're speculating?
Yeah, so now they're saying rap star. You do know that, and I did a bit of research. They said, and it's true that they were saying that Rihanna gave a disease to Chris Brown versus a sexual transmitted disease, right? So I said to them, so you guys are basically okay with it. That
okay.
You basically, So these guys said, look, if that happened to me, I'm going to do the same. So I'm going to tell you right now, all these guys in the chat, about 90% of these men said that they would do the same. And I don't want them to be nice because Rachel Donaire's in the building now. But 90% of these men right now, who could be your friends or really speak highly of you, but this is how they feel, that if they got a sexually transmitted disease by a woman and they were in a relationship, they'll probably beat her up.
But there is still, I mean, okay, so let's play devil's advocate. How do you know he didn't give it to her? Because let's be honest, in
But we're
different
just saying if
relationships,
it
it's
is
not
like
like
that. We're just saying if
it is like
it
that.
is like that, and Rihanna did give Chris Brown a sexually transmitted disease, 95% of this chat agrees with him beating her up and making her look like that.
Nah, yeah, I mean, yeah, y'all could put a rap star. Are we allowed to like talk like dirty here, or is there
No, you
like
can say what you want because this is rap star boxing, and
okay,
you know, if we have
okay, I just want to be respectful of you.
No, there's no respect. When you feel a certain way, I want you to be honest here because that's how we are here. We don't hold back.
Okay, well, a guy is just as responsible to put the freaking condom on their dick. No one told him to beat it raw. He had protection, right? He could have gone to 7-Eleven. He could have bought the whole damn store of freaking condoms, and he chose not to. When you choose not to, you take out your responsibility. You're being accountable for the you have to be accountable for the
I've got to
action.
respect the men now. You're getting Rihanna, bro. Rihanna's the umbrella woman. She is the most hottest woman at some point for so many people. And you're talking about Rihanna. No man gives a fuck about some people just think Rihanna. Maybe
But
you got to
that's
remember
accountability.
Rihanna, a lot of men, there's men over here, they're hypocrites. They would even still sleep with Rihanna even if she had STD. Because some men are like that. But what I'm saying is, if you don't know,
I mean, is it a curable STD or
what I'm
is it
saying is,
one
if you
that sticks
don't
with
know
you?
Rachel and Chris Brown knows that this is Rihanna, he ain't thinking about putting no
Yeah.
condoms on with Rihanna because this is Rihanna. So Rihanna shouldn't be giving her pom pom up if she thinks that if she's got some STD, she got to hold Chris Brown and say, "Yo, you need to cover up."
Well,
So we
and
gotta
that's if
blame
she
her as
knows
well. We
though.
gotta
Okay,
blame
so
her
let's
for
talk
that.
about, yeah, but let's talk about like, okay, so let's talk about herpes, right? We know that herpes isn't like, it's not always present, right? There are women that have HPV and don't know that they have HPV. Unless they're going to the doctor every 6 months, or if they're very sexually active, every 3 months to make sure that they're not getting anything. But there are certain circumstances of diseases that they're basically a carrier and they don't know they have it unless they're going into the clinic every so often, especially if they're sexually active with different partners. So would you blame her if she didn't know?
Now, that's what every woman would say, that they didn't know, probably, right? You don't know, right? But at this point, now it's hard, isn't it? Now, you tell these men who said they will beat the fuck out of a woman if they got a disease. Are they going to, they're not thinking like that. The woman's going to tell them, I don't know. They're saying, well, you've been in a relationship with me. You've cheated on me somewhere. They're going to start getting hysterical. Emotions are going to
Of
run high.
course.
Emotions are going to run high. Now, at that point, they don't want to believe, even if it's Rihanna, Kim Kardashian, or whoever. A man has an emotion for a woman and an attachment. And at that point, things will change. Things just get, the best thing you love is the best thing you can hate.
Mm-hmm. No, I completely agree.
I mean, I'm not trying to stick up for the men though, but I got to try and balance it, that why men do these things too.
So then, I mean, if guys do this and a woman gets STDs, does she have a right to punch him in the face then too?
Yeah, a woman should beat the fuck out of him. Like what we're saying is Rihanna should have given a really tough lady some money to beat the fuck out of Chris Brown then. Right?
Well, listen, I think Chris Brown is very feminine anyway. I think a lot of women can beat his ass. So there's that. I mean, that's why I said, I was like, listen, we're not talking about like masculine men. We're talking about a very feminine guy,
Well,
still looks like a boy to me.
Look, at the end of the day, right, I'll be honest, I don't know how I got here. This has been a comedy show for what we've been doing. It became a comedy show, but let's go back to the subject and let's get off Rihanna and Chris Brown right now, because I've got you here and you've been to nowhere else but the WBC convention. And having you here after you've been there, I would definitely want to learn a few things and see if you can share with my audience And you know, Chris Brown and Rihanna can be spoken about any time. I'm not, you know, I'm here to just say, look, no man should put hands on a woman. Before I change the subject, no man should be putting hands on a woman. There's many ways to deal with a woman. If you feel that she gave you STD, can you sue a woman like that, Rachel? You should be able to sue her,
You would
right?
have to prove
Right.
that she was complicit. So you would have to
Yeah.
go back and you would have to have the court subpoena her medical records and knowingly that she had this disease and then transferred it. It's the same thing with people who sleep around unprotected sex with HIV.
Yeah, but see,
If they infect somebody else, they
if you're a man who uses your intelligence, you could take it to that level. Go to them, you know. Yes, it will go in the media, but if you were true to yourself, then she'll get shamed. If not, you would at least get the
correct.
truth out, wouldn't you?
Correct. Yeah.
And would
And
you not
listen, like
think?
I'm gonna take the other side though too, Repstar. Like one of the things that I don't like is that women feel too protected to hit men and not expect a reaction. So I'm gonna take that route as well because I've seen, you know, we've all seen like some of these professional athletes, you know, getting not beaten by their wives, but slapped, pushed, and they keep pushing them and pushing them and punching them, not punching them really effectively, but still putting hands on their man and expecting him to not like react, right? I believe a man shouldn't react, but a woman should also be able to respect her man that she shouldn't put her hands on him in the damn first place because I mean, I never put my hands on Nonito because of the fact that, shoot, like if he quote unquote reacts, my ass is dead.
And not to mention, you've already been in combat sports yourself,
Yes, yeah.
but
But
you
I
also,
don't think that that's needed. And
yeah.
I think we have too much of a safe, okay. So if we're going to talk about women equality, and this is really, we could move on after this if you want. But if we want to talk about women equality and respect, then you can't go over and then beat someone, physically assault someone, and then expect them not to react just because you're a female. And people are going to say, well, men are a lot bigger, they shouldn't. And it's like, well, again, a woman should not be, any person, let's just put it that way, any person should not be assaulting another person. End of story, fucking period. If you can't be put in a box and be in a safe haven when you are starting the assault.
Yeah, and somebody will answer to you like this: love is blind. Love takes you to places that
Love doesn't have anything to do with freaking
it's emotions.
that's a toxic kind of love then, because if you're trying to go into it's emotions, but it's not a toxic kind of love leads you to physical abuse. Someone that says like, oh, Nonito really does love you. Does he hit you when he gets mad? No, what the fuck? That doesn't equal at all. Like there is a kind of psychotic, demented view of love that's controlling, that's abusive, that keeps you on a leash. And then there's the one that genuinely you respect the other person as a person, you love them for who they are, faults and everything, and you wouldn't dare do something as toxic as that.
But I will say this:
Nonito
you're
sleeping
100%.
general.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. But there's so many detailed views in this as well. You know, I had some guys. They came on a live one day, and you know, these are sad stories, and you know, you hear these stories on the news. I'm sure more in America than you do in England. But there was a man who actually ended up killing his ex. It went around the whole town of London, right? And it started becoming a really sad story because, you know, not to mention he's in jail for life. The kids are lost a mum, kids are lost a dad, right?
Yes.
The woman wanted a divorce. He found out woman was moving on in that time of divorce, that she found another way to move on with another man. What he couldn't deal with is his two daughters being with another man and she bringing her kids up with another man. He demented his brain into depression, found ways, you know, maybe mental state weren't right. He ended up killing his ex. Now, this happens on a regular. Some people kill the whole children and the family. Some people, there's stories in America.
Oh God, I hate those ones.
I hate those ones. They're so emotionally drained. They feel like they're worth like a piece of shit because they're doing so much negative thinking. They got mental issues now. And now that they're doing these things to themselves, they're going to such a state of mind that these people are out there killing their whole family and their children. And this is the kind of stories you hear in America. Now, you know, at this point, that's not love. That's mental illness already there. But what we do know is that these when the woman takes your kids, some men, it mentally breaks them.
Mhm.
And I think there should be a support system that we don't have in England. I don't know about you guys in America, that when the divorces are happening, there should be counseling for that parent who ain't got the children. There should be people
Well,
looking to see those people every couple of weeks.
No, I thought Punch was actually making a channel that was about something like that. About
I know Punch is
right?
into stuff like that, but because he's seen a lot of good and bad in that kind of culture. But that's why me and Punch have a lot of respect away from boxing, because you know, I've been through one divorce, but you know, I've seen men get broken down like a piece of shit over their children. And don't forget, the woman gets the rights for the kid if she's stable and she's not a drug addict and she's not alcoholic and she's stable, then of course they're going to give the woman the child first, right?
Yeah.
But when you lose your own love and everything that looks like you, or everything that you feel is your soul connected to your kids, and someone takes them, and then in your mind you know the woman's with another man, she's sleeping in another bed with another man, and your kids are in the fucking other room. These are things that fuck a man's brain up. Now, I'm saying, for me, I'm a logical man. No, for me, though, Rachel, I'm a logical man. I like to help friends.
Are you sure?
Meaning, like, you got to use logic over life at the end of the day.
Yeah.
You know,
no matter
like,
what we actually have a friend.
With emotion, I'm going to make it worse for my kids, right? No matter how wrong my woman was or I was in the relationship, she's got my kids. My best approach would be, how do I make her my friend in the near future to get more out of my kids? Correct? Right? But there's things that happen in the process of a divorce or process of a woman taking your children. And let me tell you this, if any man's got a daughter and that little daughter is living in another man's house with your ex-wife or your ex-woman because she's moved on, that's a very horrible feeling. Horrible.
No, let me tell you, Punch. Like, there is one of our friends is actually going through it right now, and Nonito is a very good life coach for him. He's called before in the beginning, he was calling 3 times a week, and now it's gone to like once a week. But it's the exact situation of what you're talking about. Like, they were a happy family. She went on a girls' vacation. On the flight back, she met someone and then decided to up and leave. She was a stay-at-home wife for about 12 years, I believe, has 2 girls. And when she has custody of the kids, which is, I think, half the time for now, because their divorce is not final, the girls, which is, you know, what I've heard him say to Nonito, is he's afraid that they're going to see that this is okay, right? Like, this is normal. He's, you know, heartbroken and everything, but Nonito's there. And I totally agree with you. It's the thing is, I think, you know, something does need to be set up, but in addition to the fact of allowing a lot of these men to be open to wanting help. You know what I mean? Like, looking for that kind of brotherhood, like, who can I lean on that's either been through this or can counsel me through it, to resituate myself. Like, there's a couple of times where we hit this guy's head against the wall and we're like, stop thinking like that. Like, it's going to be what it's going to be. Like, it like, you need to just let it go at this point, and you can attach this to your business, because your business is going to run into the ground if you keep like trying to figure out like what went wrong, because guess what? It's not going to fucking do anything. They're already in the divorce process. She's completely not trying to work anything out, and you have to just let it be. Letting go and living in the present, letting be, and appreciating the present moments he has with his daughters, instead of, oh, what did you do at your mom's boyfriend's house? You know, like, why continue to just keep digging that wound deeper when you know that door's closed? I guess is what I'm saying. And
what a great point, though. You need to wake
it takes a while, though.
You got to wake these men up. You got to wake these men up, because you made such a great point saying that men have to allow themselves to be helped. Men have to be allowed themselves to speak about what hurts them, because if those are the things that are eating them apart, then they got to allow themselves to take accountability of knowing they need to be helped. So maybe men are very bitter people when they're going through a bad process. Maybe men can't deal with things as emotions like women can. So you're right. Men have to reach out to be helped. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to come to them. Are you there, Rachel?
Yeah, is it me or are you breaking in and out?
I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Raph?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now.
Yeah.
But a second ago, you're breaking it
I
out.
don't know. Maybe
Yeah, I can hear you.
Don't forget, when we speak deep topics, maybe YouTube's trying to cancel me next. We don't even know. But, hey, men, but you said it right. Men need to allow themselves to be helped, right?
Mm-hmm.
So at the same time, there should be more.
They need a circle
system,
of people.
though. Do you think there should be more of a support system for men?
I think there needs to be more men that are at the forefront to open up the conversation about mental health, and not just mental health like every day, but it's the hardest thing with boxers. I mean, we've talked about mental health in boxers and even their financial situations. We've talked to them and we're like, listen, you should do this, this, and that. And they're like, yep, I know what I'm doing. And then yet behind closed doors, they're drowning in debt, and their baby mama is like trying to take half of their purse, and then the wife who has the first kid is taking 50% because she wants a divorce. There's all these nightmare situations. And yet when you see them, they're like, no, I'm good. Everything's good. We're good. Blah, 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 blah. But they're drowning.
Yeah, I hear you. Sometimes you got to know how you can't be holding things in, because holding things in is what makes you the person you don't want to be. Sometimes you got to let things out.
Exactly.
You got to let things out.
Yeah.
Because how many men can we imagine, or women, have done the worst to their families and regret it today? In the heat of the moment, when the processes was what going on, they probably regret it. But emotions are something that people can't deal with. They say a lot of the strongest men or women, the biggest weakness they have is each other and emotions. Emotions can break you down if you don't know how to channel them through your brain. It's very hard to be very intelligent when you're at your worst, when you're at your weakest, or when things are at your worst in your life. Do you know what I mean? It's very hard to be that intelligent about it sometimes. Do you agree, Rachel?
No, I totally agree. I mean, come on. Again, I dealt with someone who decided to want to get a divorce, and I drove his ass to the courthouse. So, yeah, emotions does play a huge role. I mean, and even in fights that are not even that big, what do? You say stupid shit that you regret literally 2 seconds after you said it. So I'm not going to say that we shouldn't be, that we should be emotionless. It's more so the fact of being present in what you're saying, because you really can't take anything back. And most of the things that we say has some kind of bearing somewhere. There's a reason something was brought up or why they said something. And, of course, that conversation comes from a longer conversation later when everyone's calm. Like, why did you say I was lazy? Let's just say. And he goes, well, because you didn't do the dishes. Okay, well, is the dishes something you want me to do? Because apparently you don't want to do them? Yes. Okay, well, that solves that. But in the heat of the moment, like you're finding things that is already bothering you, but you didn't speak it before. And when you're arguing, you start throwing shaded words without saying exactly why, right? For example, if a guy goes, oh, well, you're a slut. And in an argument, and she's like, what the fuck did that come from? Like, we were talking about babysitting the kids, and later when they calmed down, she was like, well, what the fuck, why'd you say that? It's like, well, I mean, I didn't mean to say that, but I did feel that because you had 20 partners before me, and I do feel insecure about that. First of all, no guy's going to say that, but there's a deeper emotion of insecurity or of disappointment that comes out when we're angry that we didn't address before, and we use it as spears.
Yeah, but it all depends on what it is. Because today's generation of people, they have a different approach of life. Now, I'm going to give you a personal experience.
I agree.
I met a girl a while ago, quite a while ago now, and she was a great girl. She looked good. She was coming across really well. We dated a couple of times, and I thought after a little while she can meet my kids. You know what I mean, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would go, and she always used to say to me, when am I going to meet your kids? I said, look, it'll be at some day soon. Because we were getting, she was good. But guess what happened? Now, everybody, this is not insecurities. I live by a rule. I live by an old school rule, how I've been brought up in life. Do you know what I mean, Rachel? So one day I see, and look, I'm just going to say it. This is Rap Star. I'm not going to hold back. I don't give a fuck how people look at me, what they think of me. I don't give a fuck. This is how it was. I saw her hanging out with a girl-looking fucking object, which was a man. The guy's a fucking gay, but he looks like a girl. That's her friend from work.
Mm-hmm.
So I said to her, she goes, oh yeah, meet him, and I'm good with gays. Look, gays are gays, do your thing. If it's business, it's business, whatever it is. I don't judge who you are. But don't be coming to my house because I've got kids and I'm not going to push that. Do you understand?
Yeah, no, I agree.
Now, look, I had a conversation with her one night and we spoke about it. And I said to her that if you think we're going to go further, I just got some rules, the way I live, and I'm not going to have your friend, Paul, who looks like Pauline, right? A fucking girl-looking motherfucker.
Yeah.
I come from old school. He looks like a fucking girl. The man wants to be a girl. He acts like a girl. So I don't mind you hanging out with Paul or Pauline, but Paul and Pauline ain't never coming near my kids. You know what she said to me?
Yeah.
She goes, that's bad. That's wrong. You can't say that about Paul. I said, don't say Paul, it's Pauline. I went into it with her. I said, look, I have something for you, but I just don't want to bring that to my children.
Yeah.
Do you know what she said to me? She goes, I don't like what you're saying. She made me feel like I was being wrong and evil. She made me feel like I was being fucking evil, Rachel. And I said to myself, if I'm being evil, I'm a protector for my children. I am not here to show my kids that this is normal. I told her straight. And you know what? Me and her broke up. It was the best thing that ever happened in my life. Because she thought that I was discriminating to the point that I'm discriminating her. I'm saying she can do what she wants. But don't be bringing that shit to my house. And look, I got two boys. What am I going to do? Say, oh, this was Paul, but in the nighttime, she's Pauline. What the fuck am I doing here? Now, look, I've got nothing against people. I've got freedom of speech. Do I not have a right? The way that I speak, is that very offensive? Is that evil? Is that wrong? Because at the end of the day, that's the way I was taught, Rachel.
No, and I think, like, I completely get your point. Like, I don't know. My kids have never met someone like that, so I've never had to explain. But I mean, what I did, because Jarrell, he's 9 and he skipped a grade, so he's in 5th grade, and they're I think in 5th grade they're gonna start talking about sex ed. And now there's this whole LGBTQ discussion that's going to get introduced, but I don't know if it's this year or next year. So I've been watching like The Circle, which I think is actually filmed in the UK. And I was like, okay, Nonito was first against Jarrell watching The Circle, but I was like, let him watch it. And one of the first characters was someone who was flamingly gay, but still dressed like a guy, but just flamingly gay. And he's like, I love pink, I love lipstick, I da da da. And Jarrell looks at me and I paused it. I'm like, what's up? And he's like, why does he wear lipstick? That's a guy. And I was like, okay. I was like, does this make you feel uncomfortable? He was like, yeah. And I was like, okay. I was like, so let's talk about it. There's people that are like that, blah, blah, blah. But if it makes you uncomfortable and you know who you are, then that whatever he's doing doesn't need to affect you. But you will see this. And I want you to talk to me about it if it makes you feel uncomfortable, because you're going to have conversations. From what I understand, in school, they're going to be talking about anal sex now in sex ed. And I have to be able to open up that conversation or leave the line of communication open with him, where if he feels he's 9, Jay's 9, but he's in 5th grade.
Man, I didn't need. Yeah, but Rachel, we didn't need to go through
advanced,
this.
Remember?
We did not need to go through this in our lives.
No, we didn't. But I want to make sure that if he, if he feels awkward or anything like that because someone is pushing an agenda on him, he can come to mama and he can talk to me about it. I don't want him, because, in a Filipino household, you didn't talk about sex, right? Like you talked about with your friends who were also as inexperienced as you were. And I don't want their influences to be put on Jarrell. So I would rather begin the conversation and say, Mama's here. I understand you. I hear you. That if you feel like you're a complete boy, and he's like, yeah, he's like, I feel like a boy. I'm a man. I'm going to be like Papa, blah, blah, blah. I don't like pink. And he's, and all this other stuff. And I was like, okay. And he's like, and I was like, but if you ever have a question about this, I didn't even know what to call it at that point, because I think they have a new pronoun. I don't think it's them and they. I think now it's Ziz and Zer or some shit. I want him to be able to come talk to me. If he has a question about what his teachers are teaching him, I want him to come talk to me. I don't want him to talk to anyone else about it.
Yeah. Now,
but this is what we are fucking in right now.
Yeah, we're in this time, right? My problem is me talking the way I'm talking. Soon they're gonna cancel me. Lucky I'm a smaller channel, because of the way that I am and the way that I talk. Just like I spoke earlier on, I have my own morals. I have nothing against nobody else. I have nothing. You can do what the fuck you want. That's as far as I'm concerned. It ain't my business, right? But in my household, the way I live is with the way that I live. Now, if at the end of the day, I think what's normal today is not normal, what's normal yesterday is not normal today, then I'm not allowed to say what's normal. Then what the fuck am I living for? Today, right, we got to keep it real. This was not natural. These things were illegal before, but now they're normal. In my country, years and years ago, there wasn't these people trying to turn into women, turning into men, and men were turning into women. These things were looked upon as unnormal. Mm-hmm. This was unnatural. You don't see 2 lesbians making a baby. You don't see 2 gays making a baby. You see a man wanting to be a woman. At that point, there's some lost causes or counseling or mental illness that needed to be helped, right? These are the things that I see that are lacking. What was normal yesterday is not normal today. And if we speak too much, they want to cancel your voice.
Rap. Like, how do you explain? Okay, so
Go on, Rachel.
No, I mean, how do I? Okay, so my other son is in 2nd grade, and he said, someone in his class said something about, oh, well, they is coming over to during the weekend, and he was like, they are, right? Because my youngest is still learning tenses, whatever, and he was like, they are coming over this weekend. And he goes, no, they is. And he's like, no, they are. And they were going back and forth. And apparently, at the end of the discussion, Logan comes home. And this is my 7-year-old. And he's like, Mom, my friend kept saying they is, and it's one person, and they don't identify. And they kept saying they is, but they is a plural. And I was like, oh, fuck. Now you're just fucking with the human language. Like, I mean, the English language. Like, how do you explain, like, hey, they are coming versus they is coming? And explain to him that, okay, well, so it could be used as a different pronoun, as a singular versus a collective plural. Like, it just fucking, like...
Yeah, and you know what it is, yeah?
He's like, what does he mean they is coming over?
Man, I don't know, man. I mean, this is some new world, new language. We've been taught to learn to have new ways of life. Today, the people which are member of parliament are different types of people in my country. Now they have different cities with different people have more laws than a normal person. Like if we say too much, we're getting cancelled. We're getting arrested for trying to protect what was normal in the world that we've seen. Adam and Eve. I haven't seen Adam and Adam. Right? And no disrespect. Listen, at the end of the day, I don't like the way the laws have changed. You could be two trannies and two trannies can adopt a child, Rachel. You can go to certain cities of my country and you're allowed to adopt a kid, even if you are both in the same sex in the relationship, right? Now, look, Rachel, I will talk in front of anybody because at the end of the day, that's not right. I have no discrimination towards any human being. If they want to have the same sex and they want to do, respect to them. Do it in their own closed doors. But allowing them to adopt an innocent child who's only 3-4 years old, and that innocent child has already had a bad situation where their parents are not taking care of that kid, and you're allowing that little child to go to a family which is the same sex, they could be two trannies. Now, I'm not saying that the trannies are not good people. They may be the most beautiful people inside, right? But you are showing an innocent kid that this is what is normal for that kid. That's not fair. That's not fucking fair. That is wrong. And that is totally illegal.
Well, what about...
And let me tell you how illegal that is. If that had happened years ago, they would put those people in prison. But if I'm wrong...
Well, it's not even just that, Punch. I think what irritates me...
Go on, sorry, go on.
No, I think what irritates me the most is honestly the ones that, and whatever, you know, people can cancel me. The ones that have their child decide what gender they would want to be growing up. Those, the ones that are, oh, well, it's not a he or she, she's non-binary and she's 2 and hasn't figured out if she wants to be a boy or girl. Literally, when I was 2, I think I was probably trying to eat the carpet. Like, I mean, the actual carpet. That was probably a bad analogy because carpet, female, lesbian. Sorry, my bad. I was probably trying to eat my teddy bear or something, put something in my mouth. You know what I'm saying? Like, how do you expect like a 4 or 5, 6-year-old who thinks they're going to be the president of the United States and then changes their mind to being a veterinarian and then a doctor and then a dentist and then a lawyer and whatever? They don't even know what color is their favorite color for 2 days, let alone make a stamp on what gender they're wanting, quote unquote, to be at that age. I think that's a setup for failure. But I don't know. That's my opinion.
And I really appreciate, you know, your opinion, because on these kind of topics, people are not very vocal. They want to keep it behind closed doors because you've seen a new vibe going on, that when you speak certain things which are very hard facts, what I'm saying are, look, I'm going to keep it real. I might be trying to sound a little bit optimistic here. Everything I'm saying, I mean what I say. These are big facts for me. If my granddad was watching me and my father was watching me up from heaven, they know this is what life is about, what we've been taught, right? This is This is the wrong way of life that you're teaching the children today, and they're trying to cancel people like us to just have you know, what's real, what's right, what's wrong.
Rapstar, they cannot cancel you if they haven't canceled Manny for saying that they should be, what did he say, that they should be executed? So, I mean, if they literally haven't canceled Manny for that statement alone, they're not going to cancel you.
But it's true though. At the end, no, that's good to know that, because at the end of the day, I speak everything. I don't care about monetization on this channel because I like freedom of speech. You know, and like I said, right, I live in a different time. I just told you about a girl that I dated quite a while ago, that there was something that happened, and we're just in a different time zone of life. I understand that it's a different time, right?
Yeah.
And I know we live in a way more delicate society today, that our voices are getting shut down for what was normal in our life. Because if we speak about it, they've changed the laws and they've changed the media. They've changed the education system. They're changing everything. And even soon, they're changing laws as time goes on. So once the law changes, what we knew before, we have to adapt to today's world. I understand we're living in a different time, but it doesn't mean what's right is right and what's wrong is wrong.
No,
At the
I
end
agree.
of the day, yeah, go on.
No, I agree. I agree completely. And it's like I said, I think the biggest problem that we have right now is the fact that we're talking about having to figure out how to raise kids. Like, it'd be different if Jarrell and Logan were in their 20s, but we're raising them in an ever-changing and shifting environment that imposes other people's agenda and beliefs upon the general public.
100%. But you know, right, that certain things feel very demonized. You know that the devil has come upon our world. And we can see that the devil has come upon our world in front of our eyes, but we just don't want to speak about it. Because we live in such a liberal society today that we've been used to live in a soft motherfucking world. We have slowly seen our children slowly being educated in a different format that we never got educated in. We can see today they're teaching kids in big corporations. You go to Tesco's and Sainsbury's. I mean, I even saw on the internet, you got stores in America called Target. They were promoting for little children this LQBGT. I don't even want to say it. Freedom of life. Choose what sex you want, even though you're a 7-year-old fucking kid. That shit is evil. That shit don't ride with me. I will tell you this now. We're living in the most evilest society today in front of my eyes. And I'm looking at it. Our children are getting misguided in front of our eyes. They're dressing up little kids as little girls, telling them you can do this in school plays. It's okay. It's okay for little kids, boys, to dress up as girls. Man, when I was a boy, if I dressed up as a girl, they will beat the fuck out of me.
I think it's funny that we can do that,
What
and
the
yet
fuck
people
are
are
we living
arguing.
in, Rachel? I don't care. Look, tomorrow,
Well,
WBC. No, but I'm
we're
going to say
living in.
something here, though, Rachel. WBC, I'm very close.
Okay.
Look, I really respect WBC. I'm close with. I heard transvestites are were meant to be part of the convention of the topic of transvestites coming into boxing.
So I unfortunately didn't. Okay, so what happened was they had moved the schedule around and they did the women's boxing panel, and I wasn't privy that they moved it an hour early, so I had moved. I missed the women's boxing panel, which was a heartbreak for me. The transgender meeting was actually supposed to be after the ratings meeting, and apparently it got absorbed into the into the what's it called, into the other meeting, the women's meeting, because I guess they were asking their opinions. So I didn't get to, by the time I walked into the women's, they were kind of already wrapping up. And then Serafina talked a little bit about like money, and then they moved to ratings. So I didn't have an opportunity to speak about it as far as what I wanted to say. And it's interesting because I did speak to a couple females, a majority of the women's boxing, and I asked them, like at the bar that night, I'm like, what did you say? What did you feel? What did you say about the 2 and 3 minutes? What did you say about the transgender? The majority of them chose not to speak about the transgender movement because of the fact that A, they either knew someone that was, or B, they were afraid that their ratings were going to be pulled from them because of their opinion. And 3, there are numerous of them that have sexual preferences that are aligning with the LGBTQ community, and by putting that fence up, separates them and isolates them from a bigger community that they could have been a part of, because they're saying no, they can't be in it. So there were so many different interesting perspectives that I was like, well, fuck. I was like, because there is someone who's like the spokesperson. I don't super know her, and I kind of wanted to talk to Mauricio, and I didn't get a chance. But to just say like, hey, there needs to be a panel that represents these women and doesn't let them know who is speaking. Do you know what I mean?
So there was no real conversation done about that particular topic.
There wasn't like a
There's no vote. Nothing took a vote. Nothing went
No.
into any kind of a board meeting. Nothing took place for that movement.
No, they just asked
Okay.
them their opinions, and
Okay.
then that, from what I understand, that was it.
And I
They
feel-
didn't say.
But I will say this, Rachel, I feel for Mauricio as well, because Mauricio's company is such a global, worldwide company. I understand as a business that he has to play politics because, you know, in today's world, if Mauricio doesn't speak about certain things, then the government will also apply pressure on him, just like that you can see with the Russia movement versus Ukraine. So I do feel for Mauricio in one way, that today's world, if you have a global, massive company, you have to consider different movements of the world. Transgenders want to come into boxing. Trannies want to fight. So if trannies are a freedom of speech, and trannies are part of our society, because the world and the government have made the trannies a part of the society now in a real cultural where they got more rights than me. Tranny got more rights than Rapstar. I'm telling you straight. Right? Because that's the way the world is today. Right? So if the trannies want to be part of boxing, what are you going to do to stop it? You
Well,
can't.
I mean, that's,
to.
if again, that was kind of like the thing I kind of wanted to talk to Marie. Well, I wanted to be there again at this whole conversation, but I wasn't. And I do want to speak again, you know, to the panel, and you know, maybe I'll write an email and then like have it shared to them. But really, I mean, you can't, like, when they're talking about the 2 and 3 minutes, they're talking about medical protection and health for women's boxing, but you can't double back on that and then be like, but a man who's biologically male can come into the sport. It's a double, you can't do it both ways. You have to pick a lane. So if you're not going to let women fight 3 minutes because you're saying you're protecting their health and safety, then you can't bring in biological men, because you just said that they are biologically different. So which one is it? You have to pick a side, and it's going to suck for you. I understand you're going to have some backlash, but would you rather that than a death on your freaking hand?
No, but I think if a tranny comes into boxing, yeah, it's transvestites, they're not going to be fighting women, because that will be wrong, because by testosterone, they've got a man's testosterone, right?
But that's what they want to do.
But a tranny cannot come and put a beating on these women. That's wrong.
But that's what they're trying to do.
But that's wrong. No.
I
That's
agree.
Wrong. That's wrong.
I agree.
That's
I'm
wrong.
not arguing with you, Rapstar.
Sorry. Now listen to this though. I do get a lot of backlash, because Mauricio been on this channel a couple of times and he's coming back here soon. And I know people keep saying to me, Rap, you got to ask him these. But I say, look, as a business, Rachel is there right now. And we know if Rachel tomorrow was in a huge business and she had a massive corporation, she has to keep her company moving, bro. She can't speak on certain things like me and you can. because her company works around the scenes of what the world of the media look at today. So if Rachel says something just to say her point of view of something, she has to look at it as a company, that we have to talk about this now because the world is like this, and we have to understand our company represents something that if you go against certain things, the government start to cancel you. What do you think about
Yeah.
that? The pressure of Mauricio Suleiman with the Russia. I mean, you know what? I understand that Mauricio Suleiman's got a lot on his plate. What do you think of this? People say the WBC, they're wrong. They're in the channel right now. They're saying WBC's wrong for doing what they're doing to the Russian fighters. But I say he's got a business and he's getting, global pressure. Maybe he's getting pressure from government, pressure from different places that he has to conduct his world business in a certain way right now. What do you think about this?
I mean, I think that it really should be a separation. I understand that they want to have, they want them to pick a side. And as much as I understand sanctioning Russia as a company and a country and not allowing people to have fights within the country, I don't feel like anything that a president does is with the full knowledge and support of its people. There's numerous things in the U.S. that has been done that, with Biden, with past presidents, honestly, that maybe they'll push one agenda and we're like, okay, cool, I'm along.
Rachel, come back to the mic. I lost you. I can't hear you, Rachel. Can anybody hear Rachel?
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you.
Oh, shoot, sorry.
No,
Damn it. That.
no,
Oh,
no,
God,
everybody wants to listen to this because this is very important right now, where there's a lot of people talking about the Russian fighters have been eliminated from the WBC. You got to tell us what's going on.
Well, I mean, it was so beautiful, and then you didn't even hear me. So what I was saying was the fact that, I understand that they want to sanction Russia and they don't want to have fights there, right? But the people of Russia don't all agree. For example, what Biden's done, what Trump's done, what any of the other presidents has done, there might be a path where I'm like, yes, okay, I agree with what the president's doing right now. But there's also paths that I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? And that doesn't mean that I am underneath and that I'm giving him permission. We're not, like, the people of Russia didn't go to a voting poll and say, yes, let's go to war. Let's make sure we all agree. And it's 100% that unanimous that we're all going to go to war and we agree with this. So if you don't want to put it in a war zone, yeah, I totally would not agree with that. So don't sanction anything from Russia. But there are so many numerous other people that are running from the backlash of what's happening in Russia because they don't support it. And I feel like these Russian fighters, are looking for a home because they're being blamed for something they didn't have anything to do with the decision. And when it comes to that, I don't feel like that's right. Like, okay, then don't play their anthem. Don't tell them they can't wear their flag, all these other things that you can respectfully tell them. We don't want to associate that we are pushing the war, so you can't do these things, but we're still going to allow you to fight. We're still going to allow you to be ranked because you're not the one taking up an M16 and gunning down Ukrainians. Do you see what I'm saying?
I understand totally, but I love to hear from your point of view how people are looking at the WBC. If you were in their shoes and you had a global company like that, would you not have to play the same role?
I don't think I would. I would.
Yeah, but come on, you it's easier said than done, right?
No, but I said that's what I'm saying. No, what did those boxers do? And that puts everyone under the radar. Like every single person. That means that your grandmother from Russia, who is frail and not even it has dementia, completely voted on going to war with Ukraine. So
what's
I don't
Mauricio
feel like
saying to you about it? What is because when I bring him here, I want you to be. I'm going to send you the link as well.
oh Jesus Christ. I mean, we could
We got
talk
to
about
talk.
it for
We
sure.
got to talk to him about it, and I mean,
No,
he
like I
has a
said,
responsibility as well as a business too, though, doesn't he?
yes, but like I said, sanctioning fights in Russia is different from taking individual people that have nothing to do with the war and cutting them off from the rest of the world when they're not they're not Putin. They didn't decide on it. They didn't take up M16s and go and be on the
But
front
what
line.
do
Now,
you
if there
think
was someone that
Mauricio
did,
is saying about it? Because you were with him. What does he say to you before I interview him?
I gotta remember because I know that they were talking about Russia. I thought they said that they were taking out all of the Russian fighters,
Yeah.
but I literally have to look back because it was such long days. So I mean, I can look back and see if I can hear him talking about it. I can't remember which day that was at this point.
But that's a very key point. What does the WBC president approach to this? I mean, he has to also answer to the world why he's took this action. And because the world's going to want to know, aren't they, Rachel?
I believe so. Okay, so Tip Bayless just said they removed all Russian fighters from the WBC rankings. See, that's I don't agree with that. Sanction the country, but these are individuals that unless they were on the front line and volunteered to go to war, then they should not be sanctioned. I mean, everyone has their own belief. For example, there were killings in the Philippines, and you know our past president loved to glorify women and the centralization of rape. And he was half joking, but still, you're freaking the president of a country. And I didn't agree with it. Does that mean that every single person underneath them all believe in those types of beliefs? No.
Now, it doesn't matter what you believe in or not. I'm going to ask the question again. If you have a global company in the world and you've seen the world today, we just had a conversation. There's different laws, different parts of the world. You have to acknowledge it's a different time. If your company represents a different time and there's a war going on, and you got now your clients and everybody you deal with, they all got sponsorships out there with Nike, Adidas, and let's just say, for instance, the WBC has a lot to do with the clients they represent, and the government has sent them a letter say we would not like you to do any business through with the Russians right now. You know, there's a lot of whatever could be said. We don't know. Right? We don't know
I think
why
I
Mauricio's
also
put
don't.
this part. And Rachel, if you was in issues and you had hundreds of people who are under your company and you're feeding their families, and I'm in that shoes, and you know, let's just say your company, Rachel's different. You got Nike sponsoring you, Adidas in your clients, and everything else. And tomorrow you're getting letters saying, Rachel, we would like you to, eliminate yourselves from this at the moment. Blah 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 blah. You as a company owner might have to act like Mauricio Solomon
No.
at that moment.
No.
Or you
Because
might
if
get cancelled.
no, okay, well then I
Your
mean
company
literally
will
if we're gonna
maybe
use
have a
that.
bad outlook. How about
But
that?
if, okay, great, then the whole fucking United States is going to have the same outlook. You know why? Because we're still dealing with China, who has gone into the China Sea and has challenged every single one of the Philippine Sea rights and has created and gone against the boundaries of Japan, the Philippines, and Taiwan. And yet we're still doing business with them. No one's cut them out. And the thing is, the fighters are independent contractors. Just because they were born there, you're gonna penalize them. It's not their fault. Penalize the government, but why are you penalizing the individuals that
But
had
say
nothing
if
to
you're
do with what
getting a
he's
letter
doing?
from the United States federal investigation or some kind of letter saying that you should not be doing no business with the Russians right now, eliminate your business, blah 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 blah. You as a company owner need to understand you need to follow orders.
Then I'm not doing business with Russia. I'm not sending money to Russia. I'm
But
actually
is
going
he
to
not
set up an
yeah, but
LLC.
the Russian fighters can't represent his brand at the moment.
So all they have to do is find a company here or set up a company here for the Russian fighters to get paid on U.S. soil, and they get paid in U.S. dollars.
But
And
we
they're
don't
not.
know.
And
But we don't. You don't know, and I don't know what's WBC's position in this. Really, we don't.
no, I don't.
So it's very easy for us to say it's wrong. Okay, it is wrong. Come on, you represent the WBC. You've done a lot of business with them. They represent your husband. Nani O'Donnell loves the WBC, and we know they got a lot of respect for you guys. But at this point, it just looks wrong.
Okay, how many Russians are in professional sports in the United States at this moment? Worldwide, actually. In every single sport. Let's go look. Because if those players are not taken out of any of those professional basketball, soccer, baseball, anything like that, then it's undue pressure. And I would use those as examples. Russian professional.
So why did nobody stand up to the
athletes.
WBC when they announced all this? Why did nobody stand up to this situation? Are they not allowed to talk to the WBC how they feel about it? No?
There's an open mic. There is an open mic.
But nobody went on the open mic when they announced it, did they?
I don't believe so.
So it doesn't matter how you feel about it today. That was what took place, right? So Russian fighters at this point are not going to be ranked or take part within one of the best belts in the world, which even Nani O'Donnell represents, the WBC. Now the world, people are changing their attitude, Rachel. And to be fair with you, I'd love to hear what my friend Mauricio got to say about it, because I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. Do you know what I mean? I don't know.
I highly doubt that they were told that they couldn't have any doings with any professional boxer.
So why you think
I
they
highly doubt.
took this approach?
I think it was just a hard approach. They didn't know where to put the line. I mean, you some people don't know where to put the line. Where do we stop the line?
So they shouldn't bring politics into boxing.
I also don't believe that, yes. Because I don't feel like it's, I mean, there's a certain type of way. If you want to be politically correct, then you just say you support
I want
Ukraine.
to know, are you going to ask these questions to Mauricio Sullivan? How are you going to talk about this? Is it
I
very
don't
delicate?
mind.
Is it delicate? Is it a delicate situation? Nobody went on the mic.
I think if I approach it respectfully and do some research, because I have to do some research to see what the professional athletes worldwide is, and then say like, listen, this is here and this is there and this is what's done. Wow, there's a lot of ice hockey players. And who's playing in the United States and who's been canceled out. Are we doing it by nationality, just based on their passport? Are we doing it by heritage? There's so many different aspects to this, and I want to get a clear understanding if I'm going to ask him these questions, so I don't have to look like I'm looking right now.
Do you think the boxers should come out on their social media and basically say that, you know what, they should open the channel for the Russian fighters? Like, it shouldn't be like this.
I don't know how many of the boxers honestly care. I'm just gonna be honest.
It's like that.
I already told you, a lot of the boxers are egotistical and only care about themselves. What do they care about it?
Okay.
Like, is it putting money in their pocket? No, so they're not really gonna care.
So boxers wouldn't even speak about it. They won't even, say, look, this is not right. We should let the Russian fighters fight. They're part of our brotherhood in boxing. Let's not involve the boxers who are in Russia, anything to do with the politics that's going on. There's got to be a movement.
They
Who's
can't even
fighting
get a
for these people?
boxers union. You can't even get a boxers union together. What makes you think they get them to talk on one topic?
But where's the boxers with some wisdom like Muhammad Ali's and these people? Like, you know, we don't want to see
All they
this.
care about is their viewership. That's all they care about. They don't care about anything that actually makes a
Now, let
difference
me
in this
ask you a
world.
question. What did Manny Pacquiao say that Nike had to cancel Manny Pacquiao?
It was
What did
about
Manny
the
Pacquiao
gays.
say?
Hold on, I'll look it up for you.
Manny Pacquiao said, ladies and gentlemen, Manny Pacquiao said something. One of the boxing ambassadors of the world, eight-weight world champion, Manny Pacquiao said something that Nike cancelled him. Nike cancelled Manny Pacquiao, but Manny Pacquiao fucking didn't give a fuck.
Gay couples are worse than animals.
He said, let me say this. I'm saying Manny Pacquiao said it, by the way, not Rapstar. Not Rapstar.
Don't take it from my freaking mouth.
No,
Yeah, not me either.
Manny Pacquiao, we have a funny show here, we do. Manny Pacquiao, the legend, said gay couples are worse than animals. Take that in for about 10 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Manny Pacquiao said that gay couples are worse than animals. Oh shit!
Okay, so he.
No. I don't want to laugh. That's Manny Pacquiao saying it.
Yeah, but then he doubled down after that one.
But he said it, and let me tell you something. Even if he doubled down because the pressure of the media, Rachel, I'm gonna ask. There's a lot of people here.
That's not the one that got him canceled, though.
Okay, well, you told me he said that Manny Pacquiao said that gay couples.
He said that.
Like
yes.
Animals. Well, Punch said that he's right. Punch Drunk Boxing said that he's right. General
okay,
said that he's right. That's why he's laughing.
Okay, so
Pacquiao was
said
right.
that.
I just want to let you know. Look how many people are coming over here saying Manny Pacquiao was right.
I know. Okay, but that's not what. Okay, so this is what he posted.
What canceled it?
Leviticus 20:13, he posted on his Instagram, if a man has sexual relations with a man as one does with a woman, both of them have done what is detestable. They are to be put to death, and their blood will be on their own heads.
Okay, I need to elaborate that for my boxing channel right now. So, ladies and gentlemen, Manny Pacquiao said basically that they should be executed. And Nike cancelled him. Now that you can't tell me is right.
He got canceled from he couldn't go to a shopping mall in LA because he said that.
Though. That's like old school. That's old school shit. You know, like where the granddads, like my granddad, he thinks like my dad thinks like Manny Pacquiao. I'm not gonna lie, my granddad and them people, they're different people. They take it. I'm just going to keep it real, Rachel. There's people out there like that. They live in a different code. You know what I'm saying? It's a different life.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, do I wish that, am I going to take their heads? No. Just leave me out of it. You know what I'm saying?
But Manny Pacquiao, true who he is, that's how he really felt. He felt that people which were twisted. Actually, Manny Pacquiao's a bit wrong there because what Manny Pacquiao should have said is they need help, maybe. And, you know, they need help. They need mental help. I'll donate the hospitals for these people to get a lot of help to find themselves, their individuality. You know, maybe, you know, they can find God in their life. He could have gone about it a different way. But saying that he wants to execute these people, that means if Manny Pacquiao is the president, imagine what the fuck. Sorry. I'm just saying, Manny Pacquiao, if he's president, hey, listen, the country better recognize Manny Pacquiao don't fuck about. He's a man who lives like a man, old school Viking code. Manny Pacquiao lives like an old school Viking code that your dad used to live like that. Probably your granddads used to live.
Okay, so Rap, I'm gonna bring this full circle. No, but I'm gonna bring this full circle for you, okay? You ready?
Yeah.
Do you remember how I told you that Chris Brown should have worn a condom?
Uh-huh.
Manny also.
Lost you, Ray. I lost you at the right on
Manny
the
also
perfect
tried
time.
to.
Go on.
Manny tried to outlaw condoms.
What does that mean? He tried to what?
Like he tried to make it illegal to have condoms.
Oh, he wanted a lot more birth, a lot more kids, people to have a lot more
Yes.
kids. He wanted to see a lot more population.
Couldn't sell condoms.
Wow, Manny Pacquiao wants to see women have 20, 30 kids. Oh, shit.
Oh,
Hey,
Jesus.
listen, all I'm saying is Manny Pacquiao did honestly say that, didn't he? He did. He said that he would see people, he want to see people executed. Wow. Pacquiao's a raw man. Shit. Manny's a fucking nutter. He's fucking a bit like fucking Putin. No, I mean, I didn't mean that. Oh shit, I didn't mean that. Manny Pacquiao, shit, he's such a nice guy, but if you fuck about, bro, if he sees two gay couples and they're trying to fucking kiss each other, he's gonna fucking kill them. Hey, Manny Pacquiao said that. That's crazy.
Yes.
That's crazy.
There's a
And that's
screenshot
why
before he deleted it.
And Nike had to cancel him, huh?
Yes, they said that they don't support and they feel like his statements were abhorrent. And that they have a lot of LGBTQ supporters and athletes, and so they canceled his contract.
Well, a lot of people agreed with Manny Pacquiao, but that's another story, you know? And especially in the Saudi Arabian world, they all would have loved him there, right?
Yeah.
And that's not being anywhere kind of shape or form, anywhere being funny. It's a cultural thing. Don't forget, the cultural thing over there, the laws over there are different to the laws in the Western world.
So holy shit, you can't get divorced.
Well, a woman's been... a woman has a different way over there. A man can have 6 women. As long as a man is stable enough and he's able to love every single woman virtually the same way, right? And provide for each one of those women's homes as his own family, he can have multiple women. It's a normal thing. So it is what it is. It's like it's a man's world. A man controls the world over there. And, you know, women...
For sure.
It is what it is.
It's true, yeah, right, so he said in the interview that in the Bible God says go forth and multiply. He didn't say multiply and just have 2 children.
So somebody say, okay, Punch Drunk Boxing says that's in the Bible as well.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Look, at the end
but
of the day...
But it's also in the Old Testament.
Look,
we're not going to talk about the Bible, Jesus Christ.
No, but what we do know is, at the end of the day, my father was a provider, a protector. My granddad was a provider. He'll do anything. He'll die for his family. But he makes sure his woman and his kids are safe. They're not in any darkness. You know, I've been taught to be the provider, the protector. I'm a man I'm a man who will take the leader step. I'd expect my woman to walk behind me. As long as she's got my shoulder, I got everything covered. You know, at the end of the day, I don't want her to feel anywhere belittled because of today's society. Living in 2022, all she needs to know is that I would do anything for her and my kids. You know, that's the way I've been taught. That, you know, and no disrespect, you know, all women today, I love their individuality. I love how women have put themselves in men's roles. But a woman hasn't been designed here to be a man. A woman hasn't been here to challenge a man like that, to show that she's a man, that she is somebody who can do superior things in men, which are what men are supposed to do. Now, I'm saying a woman is great in many intelligence and intelligent of her mind, could be superior than a man. She could guide you in many different ways. But there's many things that we could share together. But some things, men are just better at it. And some stuff, women are just better at it. It just is what it is. We're never equal in everything that we do. We're not. We're
No.
equal in many things, but we're not equal in everything. Men are superior in many other ways. Our testosterone is way stronger. We can carry heavier than women. We're braver than women. When it comes down to the kill, we're willing to die for those kids and her. She's not willing to die for you, the kids. And even if she is, she's limited in how she can protect. You're going to protect. She's got to take the back step. At the end of the day, if there's a fire, you go run after the kids, or I'm taking the kids, I'm pulling them out. You just go. You go. I'm pulling those kids out. I'm getting those kids. You go. You're helping whatever you want to do. But I'm the first man. I'm at the job. At the end of the day, yes, the woman, she is great. She's a beautiful nurturer. She's the man. She can help a man so many ways, and mentally, if she's a grounded woman, she can help him in many different ways. She can also, she's a smarter than him, more organized than him. You know, maybe she could be the one who can lead the business smarter than him, because that's a mind at the end of the day. But physical attributes, I'm definitely going to choose a man. I ain't sending no woman in as a firefighter to save my fucking family. I'll tell you that much. I'm sending that man. You can send me 5 women. I'm sending 3 men. But that's different attributes. If you ask me who's going to take care of a bunch of children which are orphaned, I would love to see women play that part to bring these kids up and be the leader role for these children first, to help these orphan children. Men can help them all the way too. But I love what women do as nurturing. I love how I see women's great minds. Women, how women today, how powerful they are with their intelligence. That's another level of intelligence in a woman. But I might, as to a woman, I might be wrong, Rachel. Maybe to you, I'm wrong. I'm sorry if I am.
No, I mean, all of us have our own opinion. I think, as far as physicality, yeah, there's no question at all. As far as provide, I think nurture is completely me. I think provide is it's twofold, because, for example, Nonito was supposed to go talk in the mic. He talked in the mic, and I had prepared everything for him to say, and he went left. And I'm like, what are you doing? You repeated the same thing 3 times. You wrote it down. And he's like, I got nervous. And I'm like, this is why he should just stay in the ring, right? But
you're good at something like that, right?
I'm good at just speeches off the bat. I'm good at writing. I've done debate. I've done public speaking growing up. So for me, it's really easy to bring my point across. For Nonito, he gets nervous, but in the ring, it's a totally different story, right? But when there was COVID and there was a huge attack on Asians in all around the U.S., I think internationally as well, and elderly, during COVID, when there was a lockdown, we would leave our kids with my mom and we would go to the grocery store strapped together, right? Because someone had to put the groceries in the trunk, and someone had to look out, because what they were doing, they saw someone by themselves, they would knock out the person that was loading their stuff in the grocery into the trunk, and they would take all their groceries, because groceries were so scarce then. Toilet paper was so scarce then. But you know what I mean? I was like, all right, we're going to go. And I'm going to be right there with you. I'm going to have your 6.
Yeah. And that's great that you recognize each other's qualities. You understand? A real relationship, or real man and a woman, they'll elevate each other where they're best at. They'll always support each other where they're best at. Even where they're weak at, that's where they'll even try and motivate each other. That's I think, a good balance between each other when you are willing to, elevate each other. What do you think about that, Rachel?
I think that's part of the problem. I think a lot of men haven't realized how to elevate their partner to be appreciated. And I think that's where the backlash comes. I think a lot of men think providing is just monetary. And it's not about nurturing and nurturing the relationship, in addition to and asking her how she's doing, and hey, thanks for cleaning up the house, or whatever, and they feel unappreciated. So providing, quote unquote, I think has been skewed to do the bare minimum of just putting money in the bank account, when a relationship requires more than that. That's most of the reason why women end up cheating. They don't cheat because of physical attraction. They cheat because of an emotional deficiency within the relationship. So when you're not providing emotional stability to your partner, that is also meaning you are not being a provider. How does she feel safe if she can't talk to you?
What'd you say to some men?
Safety.
What'd you say to some men, yeah? When they say, well, it's hard to fix a broken woman when sometimes it's hard to work her out. That in the process of
Everyone's.
I'm just saying.
No,
we got to cover conversations what men have,
Mm-hmm.
And
okay, you talk to me as a man, and I'll tell you. Go ahead.
Right, and say, look, mate. When a woman's broken, sometimes you can do as hard as you can to try your best, but a broken woman can cut you on the way. Because sometimes women just don't love themselves, even if you're willing to love them. I'm not saying all women, just a minority. We gotta keep it nice, But sometimes women are also hard work. And I'm not saying that women are weaker today than they were in my mum's or my grandma's time. Women today, I'm gonna keep it real. My channel, God forbid, but if my cousin sisters or my cousins and the girls that are brought up in all my families and friends, these girls today, they're not bred like the women which were bred for their family before. These girls are growing up selfish. I've seen what my cousin sister's like. She said, I ain't marrying no man unless he got looks and money. He better have that shit on point. That's what she told me. She goes, he better have that shit on point. Because guess what? I ain't marrying no guy unless he's got his shit on point. Their mentality's wrong. They don't want to meet a guy for really seeing what's inside good for them. The girls of today are not nurtured how the women like yourself or the women before you. The girls and the women of today are also changed species, Rachel. That's
no, and
also
I'll throw that question back to you, though. A lot change. A lot of the men don't know how to be that provider anymore, and all they do is do the bare minimum. So how do we? You literally have to this open mind of everyone has a story. Everyone has their broken past. Everyone has their dad that didn't come to a basketball game, and so now they don't trust the whole world, or their first girlfriend cheated on them. Jesus Christ. Like all these stories that they haven't learned a lesson from and chose to grow, and have chosen to instead use that as a handicap and a crutch in creating what a better man they can be. And the same goes for how many of these men have said, oh, my dad didn't he didn't hug me. It was always tough love, so you're just going to have to suck it up. And these men do the same thing to these women today, and they refuse to have a conversation. They're like, well, whatever, I put food on the table, so you better act right. And she's like, I just want to go to dinner with you and have a conversation. And guess what? Before, they didn't spend that much time with them. My dad wasn't one of those ones that hugged me. My dad if I hugged him when I was little, he would hip toss me because he wanted boys.
Oh my God, how did that make you feel? Shit.
I mean,
Rachel, I'll tell you what, that must have felt tough when you were a young girl.
I wasn't treated like a girl, though. I was never treated like, if I cried, he's like, pretty much, yeah. I mean, he asked me, he was like, if I cried, he's like, why are you crying? And I'm like, let's say I lost, right? I'd cry because I lost a tournament. And he'd be like, are you hurt? And I'm like, no. And he was like, then why are you crying?
Wow.
And so I realized like my emotional state wasn't so important to him then. Or he was trying to make me a stronger person by saying like this loss is nothing, but he didn't have that deep of a conversation. He just told me to suck it up. But what's funny is now that he's a grandfather, he's so much like he kisses my boys, hugs them, holds them when they cry, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? I didn't have this. Who
It was
are
a
you?
different time he lived now that he's going to become a granddad, yeah? Now he's a
Yes.
bit softer, But listen,
Oh my
I'll
God.
tell you, this has become some kind of an excellent conversations. We've been talking about men, women, families, from Rihanna, Chris Brown. I mean, I'll tell you, we ain't even spoke about boxing today. But having you on the panel has been pretty cool because it's speaking about life today generally. And to have you here speaking about it's kind of been different, And we've also given different content to the viewers. But we got no one else but the man himself, Mr. Punch Drunk Boxing. What's happening, Punch?
What's good? What's good?
How you enjoying
the
this
intro?
life,
The
Punch?
intro. Huh?
How you enjoying these conversations, bro?
I'm actually, yeah, I am. I love the conversation. What's
There's
good,
nothing
Rach?
going
What's
on in
good, sis?
boxing.
What's
Fuck
good?
Fuck, dude. Like, if I knew that leaving for a week Monday was gonna smack me in the face, like this was my Monday. I had sat on my desk like literally from 8 a.m. until right up until I got on Rap Stars. Like freaking logistics of all the up because we're going to the Zapata, then the Phoenix one, then we have a wedding, then we have the WBA, then the boys want to go to Atlantis. I had to schedule everything, book everything. I'm like, fuck my life. And then also my work, my career was, of course, calling me on a Monday. So Monday smacked me in the face. Put it that way.
Hey, that's life, man. That's life. Work, 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 work. Money,
right?
money.
Yep.
So yeah, man. Where y'all was at in the topic? I know I was listening. I was in the chat and stuff like that. But I mean, there's a lot to unpack. I mean, this could be an ongoing conversation.
No, I think it's an amazing conversation. Like Rap was just saying about like, how some people they come into relationship broken. I don't feel like that's ever an excuse. I think all of us has our past, and some of us use it as a crutch, and some of us grow. But it's only because no one forces them to grow. So, I mean, is Nonito broken or was he broken? Hell, fuck yes. You've heard Nonito's story.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that he didn't grow from it? No, of course not. He knows now, like, that those were stories and those was it, but he doesn't tie into it and be like, well, but I didn't have electricity growing up. It's not a sob story. It's something that he grew from.
Yeah. And
But people use it as an excuse, right?
Exactly. I think we have a lot of those, you know what I'm saying? We have a lot of those stories to the point that not everybody got to worry about everybody else's story, or not everybody go and pity everybody else's struggle. But a lot of people already is struggling. You know what I'm saying? Especially in this country where it's a melting pot. It comes from and people come from different cultures all around the world, from good countries, bad countries, third world countries. And you could cut, and let's say your folks could come from another country in a worse situation than this country. And yeah, there's people out here that probably struggle, but the people that's coming from another country, man, they just surviving from living in that country. So they're not trying to hear the people that's surviving in this country. They just trying to survive themselves, you know? And I think that's why there is let's say in our community where it's like Black and Latinos, there is like a camaraderie, but there's also this little separation. Like, we hear sometimes it's the African American community, and they may be um talking about things that they trying to get better, or what happened in the past. But then there's other community like Latinos community where they're coming from their third world country, and it's like, if we could make it out of there, y'all can make it over here. Like, nobody want to really listen to anybody's pity story, or sad story, or sob story. It is what it is, man. You just gotta overcome everybody.
Yep.
So
Yep.
what else? What else
And
y'all
I
was
think that's,
talking about?
I don't know. We were talking about transvestites, and then Manny and Brianna beating or Chris Brown because of an STD. I don't freaking know.
Nah, that's
Rapstar went left with this conversation.
I think I think it is where it needs to be. I think a lot of people don't want to have this conversation because they're afraid of being canceled. They're afraid for their channels to be um deleted or something like that, or a Twitter account or Facebook account. Like on Facebook, I remember they made me delete 72 posts. This is my on Twitter. This is my 5th Twitter account. My website, I had a website that had 5 to 7 thousand, and it magically got shut down. I used to be talking about shit like this, and every time I talk shit like that, they shut me down. I say, you know what? With this punch on boxing, I really ain't gonna touch on these type of subjects like that. I do, but in maybe because my live will be like 2 to 3 hours or something like that. So I'm talking about this in like the hour and a half, so YouTube can't catch me.
Man, listen, I think it's not going left. These days, when you have normal topic conversations, they get classed as going left because people don't want to speak about them. But I will say this, people have been very amazed, and a lot of people said, man, Rachel's cool as fuck in the chat because by having this conversation with us, you know, and knowing that we got to be not smart about it, we actually was very raw about it. So that don't normally happen. So I actually admire the conversation, Rachel actually giving us her points, because you know these days people don't want to speak about the truth, bro, or what's out there, you know.
But to be honest, in all of these things that we've been talking about, that y'all been talking about, I think it all falls down, in my opinion, it's weak men. You
Hey,
said
look at the
earlier.
chat though, Punch. They say Nanito's a lucky man and all that.
You said he is. You said
He
earlier
is, he
that
is. I know he is. And because Rachel's very intelligent, she's, you know what it is, as a woman, she'll have these conversations, she'll speak, she'll have a open mind, and she doesn't take it personal like women would. She also recognizes how men think, have a broad mind, because most women, Rachel, they start screaming, they can't even have a conversation with men and women.
yeah, but let's be honest though.
And she's
There are
telling
not
you
there are
why,
not
because
there are
she
not a
got
lot of
brought up,
women.
Punch. Yeah, but look at her story. She got brought up by not getting love as a girl. She got treated as a boy in her own family. It tells you a lot about her, Punch, how she is, why she can have open-minded
Yeah, I don't think
conversations,
we have
why
Barbie
she doesn't.
dolls.
I mean, it gives you, it at least gives us an understanding why Rachel can be so open and have these kind of conversations with men. Because I keep it real with you. Rachel holds herself well, but she's 95% speaking to men
Is that the reason
in this
why?
business. Go on.
Is that the reason, sir? If you didn't get love, I mean, not. I'm not gonna say like he didn't love you. I'm saying, but like physically and emotionally, nurture and be mushy and stuff like that. And Nonito Donaire had a strict dad. So how is y'all relationship? Are y'all like mushy, or y'all lovey dovey, or is like y'all both standoffish, but y'all on the same
Straightforward.
level? Yeah,
Straightforward.
like I
Hitler.
just
I mean,
straightforward.
we have our moments, right? But at the same time, like we are independent. I think it's funny when Nonito was dancing at the BC convention, like all crazy, right? And everyone's like, "Oh, where's Rachel? She's gonna pull him off of the stage real quick because he's acting a fool." I'm like, he's his own freaking like person. I don't need to go and regulate him.
Micromanage.
But when we have our on our own time, when we go to the bar together, like, or we even go with friends, then it's for us, like, it's just us. Like, we literally can sit on a couch and I'm watching some stupid And I couldn't care less if he's watching it, and he could be on his phone. He's snuggled with me, and we're watching two different things, but we're still there together. Right now, he's asleep. He's not checking on me. He might go and get water and see if I'm okay, but at the same time, he's like, dude, I've worked since 8 in the morning. He knows that YouTube is where I unwind. I need me to go to, because I do my job. I get up for the kids. I do, whatever I have to do for the day. And then if I want to stay up, then I'm a grown ass woman. I'll stay up. He trusts me enough to not be like, well, who you talking to? Blah, 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 blah.
Mhm.
So between us, we're very affectionate. Nonito's love language is touch. Mine is acts of service. So because I and checklist of what I have to do, if I turn around and he bought, like, he saw how much I was working, he's like, I'm just gonna Uber eat some food for the kids. I'm like, okay. He's like, what do you want for dinner? And like, he did that. So that for me took something off my plate, and I love that. I'm like, thank you for recognizing that I'm buried in work. But him, it's touch. It's, it's kisses. It's snuggling at night. It's, all the other, sex, of course, kisses and things like that. But when we're out in public, like literally at the BC convention, you didn't see us like on top of each other, because we think like that it doesn't need to be like that. I've been with this man. First of all, our Catholic wedding was a couple days ago for 11 years. And then we were married in 2008 civilly. Like, if he goes around, like, we're at the bar and he's talking to someone and all these other people, I'm not going to be there holding his freaking arm and be like, oh, please let me come with you. I'm talking to Ness, Danny, Serafina, all these other boxers, and I'm having my own conversation.
Mhm.
And he'll come and check on me, ask me if I need another drink, and then he'll go right back to his conversation. We don't need to be, like, breathing the same air 24/7. And I love that about our relationship, because he can be his own. He can go and dance on stage, and he knows I'm not going to follow him. I'm going to sit on my chair and have my little drink and
enjoy
laugh
the
at
show.
him. Exactly.
And basically,
Exactly.
I think he knows you can handle your corner. You can hold your own conversation. He knows his wife. That even if you speak to 95% of men on this YouTube, at the end of the day, you know how to hold your own. Because I'm going to say this to you, Rachel. I really, even behind the scenes, I really like you as people. Forget boxing. I don't like many people in boxing because I know boxing and I know boxers. But I like you guys as people because you're very genuine in what you do. But coming around these global YouTube platforms, there have been some channels out there, I don't know how long you've been on these YouTube streets. I really don't. But there's been channels out here on these YouTubes that where you probably get seen on, or where you've been, where before, they were slandering each other, coming at each other's families. And, this YouTube can get disgusting sometimes. I'm glad you haven't seen too much of that side of it. But people like Bill Haney, they've seen it. People like Teofimo Lopez, they've even done, there's been people that they've been slandering out there making comedy out of them. There's things like that go on YouTube. And I'm glad that Nonito knows that you can handle your own no matter what.
No, so we got onto YouTube pretty much after Punch called Nonito a beta last August.
Yeah, but some of these channels can be toxic, Rachel. I want you to get ready.
No,
I want you to get ready to the point, where sometimes someone won't agree with you, and they're gonna call you names, right?
Yeah.
And there's gonna be a time that Nonito might have to understand that these channels, they're known for turning conversations round. Do you understand?
Well, yeah.
Some people who showed those channels love or showed those channels interviews, later on, these people made mimics out of them. They've called people's family names bitches, and this man's a fucking hoe. And these are boxers. We're talking about boxers. So I'm glad you know that YouTube can turn it around.
Okay, so when we like I said, when we came in August of last year, it was, you know, because of the Casemiro thing, and they're like, you guys only just do you know, Facebook and Instagram, and it's not the same, and nobody really hears who you guys are. And so we came, but the thing is, we came into the Filipino market, and I didn't understand how toxic the Filipino market was. To this day, there is a separation between Casemiro and the and Sean Gibbons' side, and to this day, like today, if you look it up, these guys from Sean Gibbons' side every day, 3 or 4 times a day on all of their channels, all bash Casemiro, try to discredit that he's even fighting, try to talk about his visa that's in Korea, like, and it's like absolutely nothing bullshit. And one of these guys in January, right before President's Weekend, I remember this. So me, I'm like the butterfly, right? Like I go all over and I like meet new people, and I didn't know it was Casemiro's side at that time. So we weren't friends yet. And I just started talking to these guys. I was going on their chats and I was like going on their streams. Anyway, the Sean Gibbons side, which I was quote unquote with, freaking went on our YouTube stream on Beyond the Ring. Like I was like, okay, brought him up, and he started yelling at me. And Nonito freaking cussed his ass out. And I was crying, and Nonito was like, "What the fuck? These are not our friends." Like blah blah blah. Tell him go fuck himself. Like Nonito was pissed. And from that point on, we stepped away from Filipino boxing because we're like, listen, like there's no one really having a conversation that like we're talking about the BC about this person versus that person and what they did in the past as far as boxing and who are the good matchups and all the things I love about boxing. Not all this stupid bullshit about, well, Casemiro might not fight because he did that or he did this, you know, and still continue it to this day. So I stepped away from that and I went into the US ones where, you know, we talked to Punch after he called Nonito a beta, and started talking about like legitimately like what I love, which is boxing strategically and fundamentally, and the business. That's what I love talking about. That's mostly what I talk about whenever I go to anybody's channel. And I mean, I guess luckily for me at this point, there is one person that came for me and I came back for him like 2 days later.
Yeah.
But it was just like I found him when on someone's channel, and then I came for him, and he but besides that, like I literally haven't gone on a lot of the Filipino ones because I'm just like, I'm tired of this shit. Like my dad will say something.
Ones are worse. I'll tell you this now.
No, they're not.
I'm
telling you, Rapstar, I don't think so.
No, maybe I don't know nothing about no, actually I'm wrong. I don't know nothing about the Filipinos. They might be proper backstabbing boxing channels. I don't know. You know, but some of these Americans, they don't really respect boxing. They just use the channel for boxing. In the past, they've slandered the people which have come as boxing on their channels, turned it around, made names and memes out of them, made phone calls to them, and put them out there in front of their channel. You know, there's been a lot of things that's gone on in the past of this YouTube. You know, I've been in this YouTube. I'm a YouTube veteran. Some of these channels, they got no respect for boxing, what they do. And I'm glad you came into this time of it because, you know, sometimes they'll be calling you names behind your back. Not to say that it happened right now or somebody don't agree with you. Now, I'm going to say this, Rachel. There was a channel I saw the other day, and all of a sudden, I'm not going to call no one's name over here, but behind the scenes, I'll even say it to the channel, right? Okay. They were saying that, oh, Rachel Donaire is a liar, right? And when I saw that, it was over Terence Crawford, something about Terence Crawford, because apparently you've been on some channels and, you know, maybe you got your own views about the black, what's it called? What's that promotion called now? Black Prime? Is that
BLK Prime. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. and you've
Yeah.
made some opinions on channels about Black Prime being, you know, criminals who have had a criminal organization, or some stuff about prostitution with their hotels, or just, you know, basically the characters of the people with Black Prime, they weren't great people. This is the kind of stuff that maybe, you know, you've said on channels, or I'm not saying that you have said it, but another channel saying that you're a liar. And I saw that and I went, maybe I'll talk to you about it. You know what I'm saying? That sometimes when you have opinions on YouTube, other people will watch that, and just to have their view, you'll be the target one day because of Terence Crawford. Just all of a sudden, because you've got an opinion. Do you see where I'm coming from? That kind of energy, the Crawford fanboys, they're very emotional people. The Errol Spence fanboys, they're emotional. When I watch From England, they're the most emotional characters I've ever seen in America. All of a sudden, they'll talk to you. But Rachel, if they don't like your valid opinion, like over here, we love open freedom of speech. But if they don't like your opinion in those American channels, they will turn it on you, call you every single name in the book. I'm glad you haven't seen that side of YouTube.
I think I saw like one and then, but at the same, I'm like, I really don't give a shit, because what happened wasn't I wasn't trying to uncover stuff. It literally was live, and we were doing it as like literally live. What I found is what I found, and it's public record. So whatever they want to say about it, I don't care. Like, it was just something that just ended up going like sideways, and we went down into a dark hole, finding way too much we shouldn't have. But I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, when I'm talking about boxing, I want to talk to me about what happened with Bivol and Zerdal. Talk to me about the foot placement, about how Bivol was able to set up Zerdal, because Zerdal's feet in his linear stance could only jab, and he couldn't throw a straight. He was actually trying to over rotate, and his foot placement was wrong for him to throw the straight down the line. But when Bivol threw the straight, he knew exactly to put his foot on the of Zerdal to trap him, and so he would be dead center. Talk to me about that. But no one can, I'm not going to say no one, sorry. There's a limited few that actually understand the science of boxing.
But I think that's the point also, is that, you know, a lot of channels are created for the gossip. And to be honest, I think there is a lot of, I'm gonna say half of the boxing channels, they know boxing. I think but those same channels probably been here long enough that once you get into those conversation and the technical side of things, just talking strictly boxing, seems like the subscribers or the viewers, they tune out. People like the gossip. People like the toxic. You know what I'm saying? I think that's what it is, because there's a lot of good channels that talk about strictly boxing. But then then you look at the numbers, you look at the years they put in work, they do videos, they do all of this. But then the other people that just talk that toxic shit, they get the views, they get the support, they get the donations. So then they start doing what they doing. And I think that's how we lose real, authentic, genuine channels. But also, you got to ask the question to the people that's looking on. People ain't watching it. People ain't staying tuned with it. So do you want this content creator, this host, to waste his time talking to like 7 people, 5 people, 1 people, and then he's going all out talking strictly boxing, and then he'll tune into this other channel that's talking strictly shit and is getting 100, 200, 300, 400, you know what I'm saying, live, people looking at him live, and the support is all there. And I think that's what's happening.
Yeah, but that's because the Jerry Springer show, just like Hawker Mustang said, sells more than anything else. If you are the Jerry Springer of boxing, you're going to do a lot more than anybody who's keeping it real or logical or respectful, right? You have to understand this. We're living in a different culture. What the social media want to see is narratives and excitement and crazy stuff said. They want to see all these lies, because regardless, if Rachel's speaking 100% the truth about let's say Terence Crawford, and she's saying something in her opinion. Tomorrow they'll turn that around when they feel like it, because guess what? Crawford fans don't give a fuck if it's the truth or not. The American channels don't give a fuck if it's the truth or not, because they got hundreds of thousands of viewers, and it can see that they will sell the narrative in your face, and they will tell you that we are here just for this. And they get more support for being like that. That they're even telling you that we don't give a fuck about anyone else. We're about the American, this kind of fighter. At the end of the day, you got to remember this. That's what
Punch that you guys are talking about that, because like literally our viewership when we were in that toxicity of, you know, going against Casemiro, it was huge. We were going back and forth. The time where that guy yelled at me, freaking huge views, right? But Nonito and I don't want to buy into that of having to sell ourselves of exactly why I'm here. And we don't, you know, we don't really care about YouTube. Like, I'm using it as a way to connect, because it's better for me to be here and talk about something I'm passionate about than be over at a bar talking about stupid shit that I really don't care about. So for me, like, you know, for us, like, that's what we were talking about. We're like, okay, so in a couple days, we're trying to figure out, well, so should we do it like this coming Sunday, and we'll do a recap of everything that happened, what we haven't been talking about, and all the way to the BC, and what our future plans are like, or what it looks like, and, you know, blah, blah, blah. It might not get as many views, but at the same time, like, we're not here for that. We're here to connect with people who are like-minded. It's the same thing as if Nonito talked about mental health. Not a lot of people are really going to give a shit. But if he could touch someone that really needed to hear that, for example, a guy that's going through a divorce, then that was all worth it for us, because our channel is, I mean, it's not our bread and butter. This is not our way of living. So for us, it's kind of like, you know what? Well, they're going to listen. If they're going to listen, if they're not, then who cares?
Yeah, I understand. I mean, today though, right? It's a different environment, right? If you shit on a fighter, there's a channel, right? All he does is says bad stuff about boxers, looks for negativity things and over exaggerates. It's called South Pussy Boxing. And this guy, yeah, he goes out there, speaks, and he speaks bad about people's kids. You know, when he gets into some kind of madness or debate, he'll stand there, right? And he'll say, I'll do this to your kids. I'll do this to your kids. This guy gets thousands of viewers, super chats, and he swears about Canelo Alvarez, Teofimo Lopez. He'll say bad things about Devin Haney. The other day, he was saying things about Devin Haney's woman. He found out her name, and he was calling her a bitch on his internet. Go see South Pussy Boxing. He knows what's going on. He even comes on here sometimes just to write on when he feels like he'll come in the chat. But these kind of people, they'll speak about people's children. Like, he'll say things like, I'll do this to Devin Haney's girlfriend. I will punch her in the face. And you know what the other day he said about somebody's kids? He said, if I ever see this person's daughter, I'm going to punch her in the face. When I seen that these American channels are saying this about in boxing, and they're getting thousands of views, I'm thinking, what the fuck is going on in this culture? They are actually happy to see a man, just to see his channel grow, by saying, I will punch this man's daughter in the face and I will step on her head, just because this is the kind of way he has conversations in his boxing topics.
Oh.
And this is, do you know those channels? Have you seen the channel I'm talking about?
No.
Oh, no?
Punch, have you?
Of course.
Hey, I'm gonna go on mute real quick because one of my kids woke up. I'll be right back. 2 minutes.
Yeah, go on, Punch.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, who don't know South Pussy Boxing, bro? Look, even he came to Punch's channel and said, Punch, you know what I'm doing, bro? I'm getting this money. He told Punch that on his channel. He said, you know I'm getting this money. I'm playing the people here. I'm making.
And what I said. No, I was telling him that, and he came up to the panel and said the same thing. He said, "You got it." Remember, he's saying in the chat, "You got it."
That's right.
That's why he really couldn't come at me that like that, because I already knew the hustle.
Yeah.
Is knowing the hustle, but the thing is like I've been saying to people, y'all want to go fall in love with the
Yeah,
hustle.
but Punch, this guy, yeah, if he didn't say nothing about kids, he can carry on doing what he wants.
But
He can
who's
carry on
liking it though?
trolling, bro. He went and trolled Devin Haney. He went and tried to troll. He trolled Bill Haney,
Yeah.
right? At the end of the day, he don't come with facts. There are no conversations like you had or I had. No boxing topic. He goes at them personally, and he goes to India Love. I didn't even know who the fuck India Love was. The guy screaming at India Love. Yeah. Oh, fuck India Love and do this to India Love. That's Devin Haney's wife to be.
But then, but you know
Bro,
what?
you've had
Even
conversations with everybody. Would
as
you have ever said anything like that to Bill Haney? Come on, that's wrong shit.
as much toxic as it is, who is tuning in? Yo, you could.
Other
There's people. Look, there's people that's making. There's people that made videos of
Yeah.
it, and those are their best videos in their channel, in their boxing channel. You understand what I'm
I'm
saying?
just glad Rachel hasn't gone through what Devin Haney's gone through, Tio's gone through on YouTube. Even Errol Spence, Crawford, how they see people speaking about each other. Do you know what I mean? I'm just saying, I'm glad that, YouTube sometimes picks something and turns on people overnight, Punch.
Mhm.
You know what I'm talking about, bro. And I would want to, I'm just saying this YouTube is a bit disgusting, bro. They when they want to turn some narratives or turn some sick shit, people are fucking going over there. They're spending money. They're fucking giving this guy money.
So what? So also okay. Now let me see if you ever sat down. Let's say you sat down a guy like South, right? You sat him down and you'd be like,
Rachel, are you back, by the way?
I'm back. I'm back.
Okay.
let's say you sat him down, and how you gonna alter him? I'm like, yo, rap. I'm making this much money off YouTube. What you want me to switch up? Be honest.
I
What
don't
are you
know.
gonna
Ask
tell?
Rachel that question. Ask Rachel that.
What would I have him switch up?
I mean, she don't know South. She says she don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
I
know what
mean,
he
okay, what he's
posts.
saying is if a channel like that is making a lot of money, why should he turn it around if it's working for him? It's morals, isn't it, at the end of the day? Isn't
At
there
the
no
day, yeah.
morals?
It's at the end.
Ethics.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's about more.
Yeah, but morals is not
Don't
selling on YouTube.
realize like what's.
Morals is not selling on YouTube.
Yeah, and then what happens when your little freaking granddaughter sees you on YouTube talking that shit, and she grows old enough and looks at you as a grandfather and says, "You're a piece of shit. How dare you speak to women like that? I can't believe you're my fucking grandfather." Because that shit lives forever. They could not have morals, but watch until their family turns around on them. When their grandkids see them, their daughters, talking about women that way, of what you guys have said to me, then what? Is it enough for you now?
Maybe the family is in on it, just like the Kardashians.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
You feel me? Maybe they grow up and be like, "Hey, this is the family business. I was just doing that to get this and this and that and this and that." You know what I'm saying? I think this YouTube give a lot of green lights. It's like, look, everybody is an avatar right now. Everybody using a different name. Nobody really know who's anybody. Anybody could say something in the chat. Who cares? Somebody could show up on a panel, no face. Who cares? From a different state, different country. There is no accountability. There is nobody could get really checked out here. I've tried millions of times. You know what I'm saying? But nobody never showed up. I never got into nobody really tried to answer to the call. So it's a lot of fakes, but it's not only fakes in the channel. As channel hosts, there's a lot of fakes in the comment section as well.
No, I agree, and I see people changing their channel names all the time or their handles, you know. And the thing is that like, I mean, either way, at the end of the day, like, I can stay up and talk to Rapstar and you until 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock, and I'll be good as new tomorrow morning, happy. But going on toxic channels for me, like, physically drains me.
Mhm.
And for me, I'd rather be like, okay, well, I'm just not going to deal with it. Like, it's just not it's not worth my time.
I think this was I said this to Rapstar. I said, you know, unfortunately, things could slow down. I mean, in the disrespectful tip, when somebody make an example out of somebody and it's like live stream. When somebody says something about somebody and somebody reacted and actually did something, you know, harmful or beat a motherfucker up and shit like that, then it's gonna be like, you know what? Shit, I really don't want to test this guy right here because he is the type that he would actually, you know what I'm saying, do what he's saying and things of that nature. And
Well,
I think in the YTBC, I think nothing has happened yet.
let me
But
just give.
but I'm
Sorry,
gonna
go
say
on.
it like this. I'm gonna say, let me finish. I'm saying it's gonna be. Remember what I'm saying. One time, it's gonna be one time. Somebody's gonna get hurt real bad. Maybe fatal. Maybe something. And that's when everybody really gonna take it serious. Watch. And then you know what people gonna be saying? It was only God. It was only boxing. People just talking about boxing. Yeah, but at the end of the day, nobody know nobody. So nobody really knows people really real intentions.
But I will say this to that as well. Rachel, the thing is, right? I can give you numerous channels, but I don't like promoting. And maybe I'll tell you after that their channels based upon how they drag and they pick a lot of negative things with boxing, and they find how to downgrade a lot of boxers and how to basically make their content, in a way where they just constantly, down, like saying a boxer's like, you'll get somebody saying like this, oh, he's a ducker, man. He don't really want to fight. This guy's a pussy, right? They'll say Teofimo Lopez is a pussy. He'd never fight this guy. He'll never do this. He'll never do that. And they'll say, man, he's a bitch. His dad's a bitch. There's channels out there that'll speak about boxing people like that. And they get a lot of views.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm saying is, I know it's freedom of speech is open, but how do you feel that some of these people that haven't even been in a ring, right? And I've seen, you've been on channels where somebody will start shouting and screaming, he's a pussy, bro. He can't do shit, bruv. He's a bitch. You know what I mean? You've heard that talk in these American channels a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
When they speak about boxers like that, what do you think about these YouTube channels when they do all this?
No, I mean, like, I for some weird reason, this is the most funniest part.
Like, he's
Is
a
like, you know,
bum. How many times have you heard
no,
he's a bum?
I've heard that 20,000 times. But here's the funny part, and what to Punch's note, beta males. I've always said this, like, how long we've been talking about freaking Crawford versus Spence. It's not fucking happening. Get over it. And we're still constantly arguing about the contract. First of all, they both did not help themselves by bringing it up after a fight was announced. They're still freaking going at it, and it's silly. And I'm like, get over it. It's just not going to happen, right? I've always stated I will never call a fighter a bum. I also will never call them a duck because, and I've said this to numerous people. I'm like, have you ever fucking been in the ring? Oh, well, I train at a boxing. Go fuck yourself. You sparred? Like, don't tell me anything about that shit. You don't know anything about fighting. You've never fought outside of the comfort of your gym. You never even been in competition. Then shut up and sit down because you don't know anything. You've never been punched in the face, and I guarantee you get punched in the face, you're gonna go cry and hone a mama.
But that's the YouTube culture. That is the YouTube culture that you're in right now. You go to those channels, and when you're not there, the conversations could be like, oh, man, he's a bitch. He's a pussy. He's a duck. He's a bum. Right? And and I know that conversation doesn't exist in the boxing circuit.
No, and I don't think it's right at all. And I feel like for some weird reason, I'm the only one that has a level head in the arena of men on YouTube. There's very few women YouTube boxers, right? Boxing channels, but in the arena of men, just as much as the arena of men in boxing, there are very few that A, are knowledgeable in boxing, and B, can actually hold their emotion. I actually had a conversation with someone that said, well, they didn't want to, they don't think that women should have 3 minutes because they're more emotional than men. And like put him in his place. And then also, after how many freaking weeks of us talking about Crawford versus Spence, I'm like, literally, dude, like, don't tell me that guys are not emotional in the ring. I was like, you guys are emotional. Jesus Christ. Like, you guys won't let this thing go. Let's talk about what's happening this week, what's happening in 2 weeks, or the fights that just happened. Like, that's what I'm here for, is that. Like, we're still, like, trying to beat a dead horse. Spence and Crawford are not happening December in 2022. Will it happen 2023? I don't know. But he literally has a fight, and there's more fights that's coming up. Let's talk about those stylistically.
Yeah, and then all you hear is Crawford's a duck. Crawford's a bitch. Crawford didn't take the fight. Crawford didn't do this. Crawford didn't do that. And then the other channels will say, Errol Spence, man. Errol Spence didn't give the right money. He thinks he's a boss, but he's not a boss. He a bitch. And all this shit, man. And I'm like, fucking hell. These guys can't get over it. Right?
No, and honestly, and they can't get over it, but at the same time, like I said, and I'll say it again, are these beta males or alpha males? Because from the act, they don't want to let it go. Either of them, they don't want to let it go.
I think.
Go ahead.
For the most part, I think
you're the professional.
I think for the most part, I don't think that fans, if you're talking about hardcore boxing fans that really know the sport and really know the sport, really know fighters and study fighters, I don't really think people really consider people fighters bums. I think that people get engaged with fans of this fighter, this particular fighter, and they need to demoralize and devalue this fighter to get to the person they're debating, or the person they're having a dialogue or just trash talking to about their fighter. And I think that's where mostly the disrespect comes in this YouTube. Is, oh, you go for you like Spence, but Spence ain't done shit, man, he a bum. And then you disrespecting the fighter because you're trying to disrespect the guy, the fans. How many times you ever heard, like, it's not that I hate the Yankees, I just hate Yankee fans, or vice versa. It's not the Boston, I just hate Boston fans, And I think that's what it is when it comes to this community and going back and forth. For the most part, there's a lot of people that disrespect fighters, but I think for the most part is that.
Well, and that's the funny part is I'm actually on that weird.
Most disrespect goes on YouTube, Rachel. They're disgusting to the sport. These people have no morals when it comes to how they speak about fighters, man. I'll tell you. Well,
and that's the weird thing is, like, for me, like, I don't know, maybe I'm just level-headed because I actually like Bud against Spence. Like, me and Nonito have talked about it so many times, and we're like, no, we're in Bud's corner. When this thing happened, I don't like what he's doing outside of the boxing ring in his arena of business. Now, can I still be
ask you that though, Rachel? I love, because we ain't even spoke to you for so long. Why don't you like what he's doing?
So the first one is just not having this clarity on the silence factor. That one for me, because the way that the way that I work with Nonito's contracts, I'm very transparent, and I will give you 4 weeks, possibly 2 months, depending on how far out the fight's supposed to be. And I will say, like, hey, we have 4 weeks to figure out our shit. And I expect a term sheet or a contract or a draft of it at least. If you're really interested in this fight, okay, we need to start negotiating. if at that point we still haven't, I've wasted 4 weeks, I'll tell you, listen, on this date, I'm going to start looking for more opponents because apparently you're not that interested. Like, I'm not that person to just come around and, have, something as a backup. I feel so much for the fighters. I felt sorry for not just let's throw Spence out the window, right? Because they're gonna be like, oh, she loves Spence. Let's throw Spence out the window. Forget him. Let's talk about all the people who are waiting on the sides, right? Or let's talk about Stanionis, Thurman, Stanionis, Thurman, Boots, all these guys who are waiting with their breath held and also negotiating step-aside fees
but Rachel,
that were never paid for.
Yeah, but Rachel, you say they're waiting. But after me chopping it out with you the other day, you even know, going to the convention, Virgil Ortiz didn't even turn up for the Keith Thurman petition.
Yes.
So
well, Robert Diaz did.
Every fighter might be waiting, but not every fighter wants to fight like Keith Thurman does. Like Keith Thurman, one thing we know about Keith Thurman, Rachel, he does want to fight Spence. But Virgil Ortiz, he didn't even petition to fight Keith Thurman. He had an opportunity. And you even told me that he had the opportunity.
He did. Now, okay, so let's forget about Thurman. Stanionis. Stanionis had the position to stop the Ugas fight, I believe, and also stop the Spence Crawford. So he had to step aside for the Spence Crawford. But the fight never freaking happened. So guess what? He didn't just lose time. He also lost the opportunity of getting a step-aside fee because there was no step-aside because there was no fight. And I feel for those families that he has to feed. He didn't get his step-aside. There was no fight. He just waited and held his breath from August until, October, mid-October? Late third week of October? I don't think that's fair. I think that's wrong. And maybe that's just me being a nurturer, like you said, Rapstar. Like caring about what he has to put on his table for his family. It'd be different if the fight happened. It'd be different if they still gave him his step-aside fee. But they didn't because the only step-aside was for a fight, and the fight was never solidified. So the step fee, you didn't have to pay a step aside fee because there was nothing for you to step aside from.
So I mean, like, I get that, but also there's fighters and their managers should just also seek for what's realistic. Let's say if I was in a Stanionis position, and let's say, look, I'm in Stanionis position, and I'm in the business. I know the business. And I'm like, okay, I know this is the fight that the fans want to see. This is the biggest fight, of course. And also, I deal with PBC as well. So I know that the other big fight will be Spence and Thurman. All right, let me just work on getting another fight anyway. Like, I'm not even going to be sure. I'm not even going to tell my manager to stress it. Just let me get a fight. Why am I waiting on this? You got Boots waiting on it. You got Thurman waiting on it. You got Stanionis waiting on it. Man, give me another fight. I'm young. I can get that fight. And even if they fight, guess what? Somebody going to drop the belt, and I'm already in position to be a champion and be elevated as super champion. I don't got to worry about nothing. I'm in position.
Unless you lose that fight.
Of course, you're going to lose that fight, but they're going to give him somebody that he ain't going to lose. You'd
have to have someone that the sanctioning body will approve.
Now, can you please... Sorry, guys, go on.
No, I'm saying if you got 14 men that they could choose from in that sanctioning body. And then you got Boots Ennis that's going to be fighting in the IBF. In the IB, he always fights being sanctioned by the IBF. And Virgil Ortiz always fighting somebody that's sanctioned by the WBO. That's going to be his next move. So just look out for somebody that just tell your manager, give me an opponent on the meantime, why they figure all this thing out. You know, I probably could have been in the card. I probably could have been the co-main or featured in the Benavida, not the Caitlin Plant and Andrew. Like I won't be sitting around. I wouldn't be sitting around if I'm young like that and already in position. And I'm just speaking about Stanionis because he's in position. You know.
But I didn't. Okay, so I didn't ask Richard this question. But the step aside, did it also include him to be on the undercard of Spence and Crawford?
Well, I don't know.
And if he did, then what now? Because there's no card.
The thing is, I'm not sure when you step aside, right? Before I used to hear, once you step aside, you lose your precision. It's not like you just step aside, you in mandatory precision. You know what I'm saying? They never ordered, the WBA never ordered Stanionis versus Spence.
Correct.
You know, so I don't know about this. They ordered Ugas versus Stanionis, and Stanionis took step aside money for Ugas to fight Errol Spence, but never was a Stanionis versus a Spence.
I understand that, but as that position, he could have pressed the mandatory position. He could have emailed and stopped the fight by pressing that position. So instead of having that be such an issue, they already tried to quiet him by saying, hey, we're going to give you a step aside fee. Don't press your position.
Well, depending though, because think about it. Stanionis, he gave up his position by taking step aside money. Then Boots Ennis wins, so somebody got to be first. Like I don't think you should know better than me. You know, is Stanionis always going to be the first one dip as mandatory? You know, because there's four belts out there. Why is Stanionis going to be the mandatory again when Boots Ennis already beat in July? That was July, right? July or August or May?
Yeah.
I think when Boots beat Castillo Clayton, then he becomes the mandatory. Yeah. For me, this is what I say. When you take step aside money, you lost your slot. You lost your place in the mandatory line. That's why when Mauricio Sulaiman said no, the WBC said no, Thurman comes first. Now remember, Thurman fought in February. So he's already been in position. Stanionis took step aside money. Errol Spence fought, when was it, July? With Ugas. And then Boots Ennis, the IBF. So it really, Thurman is in line. You lost your line because you took step aside money. So you going back of the line.
Well, they were hoping, what Stanionis was hoping was that WBC wasn't going to press their mandatory. Before they even announced Thurman, what Stanionis did is he pressed his mandatory, hoping that Thurman wasn't going to be ordered. Then, so Stanionis pressed his mandatory once the fight fell through, and then Boots did. And then the WBC came and overshadowed all of them because of the exact timeline that you're saying.
So that's what I'm saying. If I knew what I did, I would just be going for another fight. I think that's what I would have done. You know what I'm saying?
Most of these boxers, Punch, you know, these boxers they're not really strong against their managers.
They're not strong about that, and they don't even know their place either.
Exactly. So how are you going to tell me
that?
Well, well, I'll tell you what. I got some questions for Rachel about the WBC convention now. Can we go to? I'm gonna change it to Real Corporate Boxing. This is Rapstar Corporate Boxing now. You saw Rapstar Raw Boxing earlier on, and now we're gonna go to Corporate Boxing. All right.
Okay.
Very good, intelligent questions. We got Tip Bayless in the building, by the way. Tip, how you doing?
What's going on, guys?
You know, Tip's one of our subscribers. He's you got a question for Rachel?
Damn, I forgot my question. I gotta go back and look.
Oh, wow.
I was tuned into the conversation, so I lost
Did you
track.
get starstruck? What happened, bro?
Staged right?
Pip's always talking. He can talk.
Oh no. What it was so say if Earl relinquishes, does Stanley
Mm-hmm.
Jonas get elevated to super champ?
The way the WBA is working lately. Oh, you can answer that.
Because that's the belt for all the money, right? Like, and I don't think Stanley Jonas brings in the money. So that's the only reason why I'm asking that question.
Rachel?
So, from what I understand, and Crunch knows part of this when they said that they were going to put mandatories against mandatories. So then, if it's a unified or undisputed, like they would like kind of slim them down. In addition to, from what I've heard, but I haven't seen it in paper, so I'd have to research it. That the ABC in the United States ordered all of the belts to consolidate so there is only one champion, or they would get fined. I'll ask some of my writer friends in the BWAA to see if they can pass me that mandate. They had a specific timeline where they had to consolidate the supers and the regulars and whatever,
Yeah,
so there was only one. Am I right, Punch?
They took all the interim. They took everybody's interim away, and whoever was a regular champion will be mandated to face the super champion.
Yeah.
Or the guys that were interim, they will face the regular champion, and the winner of that will be mandated to fight the super champion. This is the reason why we saw Rowley versus Javante Tan Davis. He was the interim champion. He got stripped from that, so then he gets mandated to fight the regular. And they said the winner of Rowley and Javante Tan Davis will be mandated to fight the super, which is supposed to be Devin Haney. And I'm still waiting for the WBA to mandate Javante Tan Davis versus Devin Haney. That was supposed to be the
what they're supposed to do, right?
Exactly.
When was that supposed to be in effect by? Because I know they had a
It's already in
timeline.
effect. It was already
No, but they had like a deadline. They had a
Oh,
deadline where they had to consolidate.
I don't know, but this is the
Okay.
reason why. This is the reason why you saw Stanionis and Ugas mandated. Remember, he's the regular champion. You're gonna fight Ugas. That's why it was mandated. So I don't know what's happening now with the other divisions. You know, the WBA has been very inconsistent with it. Um, but they already started. I'm not sure when is the deadline though.
But the BC like just they absorbed Bam's vacated belt into the fight with Chocolatito and Estrada.
Mm.
So they were just fighting for the franchise, and then what they did is when Bam relinquished, they absorbed it into that fight.
Mm-hmm.
So now there's only one. So you see like the sort of movements. I would have to ask my guys like what like date they had to do it by, because I know they gave them grace, right? Because you can't just all of a sudden start going, okay, within 6 months you have to do all this. It's not going to happen. So I'll ask them like when they have to do that by, and that's why you're seeing all of these consolidations.
Right. Okay. So Rachel, can we go back to this WBC convention that you attended?
Can I go and refill my glass first? Give me 2 minutes.
Do. Yeah, no, please do. Because we ain't even spoke about what you came here for.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, 2 minutes.
So yeah, man. So Rachel Donaire was at the WBC convention. She went over there. I want to ask her the questions of what her experience was at this convention, what else she saw there. You know, I want to know what else that she can share with us in this convention, maybe things that we don't know about in boxing. Now we know that
I'm a head out. I'm a east side right quick.
All right, bro. So at the end of the day, these are things that we know. That Rachel and Nonito Donaire were there at the WBC. Now, a lot of things that change when you're at the WBC. The mandatories, they let you know what's going on with what next fight they want to mandate. They'll let you know who's in position, who's don't want to fight, who's going to be the step aside. Doctors go there, referees are there. Even the referees are there to talk about their fucking shit. You got the judges, you got everybody going to the conventions, the fighters. So, you know, it seems like it's a big event. Are you back? Are you back, Rachel? So is this WBC convention, do you get invited to it or do you have to request an invite?
Most of the BC champions get invited, past and present.
Right.
And then the rest, like, you can purchase a ticket.
Okay, so anybody can purchase a ticket. Right. So when you go to this convention, when you arrive at these conventions, you're all probably close to each other, probably staying in the similar hotels, and everything's right close by to the hotel that you're staying at, right? Where the convention is held. It's in the hotel that they recommend you to, probably, right?
Yeah.
So when you're at this convention, everybody, they start with different topics. And they got all kinds of people in the business of boxing there, correct? Referees, judges, doctors. Is it all? Is it everybody who's in the business and the field of boxing?
Yep, everybody that, yeah, everybody, and loads of fans too.
So there's a lot of fans there too, huh? So what kind of events? What kind of events take place? Like what kind of like, what's the schedule? How does the schedule work?
So, I mean, the first day, can you hear me? You can still hear me, right?
We can hear you.
Okay. So the first day of the event is, of course, checking in, and they do an opening, like a cocktail hour, if you were there at, you know, that early. Some people come in the first 3 days and leave the next, leave the last part, and some come in on the last half. So the first one is just a welcoming cocktail. And then the next day is there's an official grand opening, and then there's a gala dinner. So the official grand opening is where they usually have like awards. They recognize the people that showed up. They talk about all these different numerous topics about, you know, what the organization has done, how they're giving back to the community. And then Tuesday and Wednesday are the biggest for fighters, managers, and promoters. So Tuesday is the ratings. So you have the ratings in one room.
Yeah. Rachel, are you there? I've lost you. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Now we can hear you.
Okay. So so you have the ratings meeting, and there was the panel. So they had the panel for women, which they moved to the early morning before the ratings meeting. And then in the other room was most of the fighters who wasn't involved in the ratings meeting. Most of their managers and promoters were there. And they went to like the hospitals. They did the community service and things like that. And then also in the other room is a referees meeting. But during the ratings meeting, like literally it takes, I think we sat there for like 6 or 7 hours straight.
Just for the ratings.
Just for the ratings. So you rarely ever see boxers. I could probably count less than 10 in the ballroom. And you had Mauricio and the board of the committee, and then you had the panel. So the board sat different, like across from the panel, and they would have discussions. Mauricio would kind of like basically bring up, okay, the heavyweight division, and go 1 through 15. And that's only showed on the screen. Most people would already send their written petition, what they'd like to see at the BC convention as far as ratings. If they're not seeing it, then they mics on each side of the floor that you can go and talk. So you'll get like some guys, of course, that will be like, hey, my guy's number 60. I want him to be number 50. Like, so you have to go through that whole thing, that whole process, right? Until you get to the meat, the 15s. What I highly noticed during the ratings was they were very keyed in the quality of opponents. So if you were at number 11 and you wanted the position number 7, you would compare, if I was number 11 or my fighter was number 11, I would look at who his past opponents were and what he's done and when's the last time he fought and if he has a fight stage. And I'd present my argument and they would ask, is there someone from number 11 that's representing this fighter? If that guy's not there, they'll ask the ratings committee and the committee will respond like, okay, well, based on this and that, based on everything we have on this fighter, yeah, he hasn't fought for a year. He's left with 3 opponents, weren't of quality, Okay, I have no problem switching him from 11 to 7. And Mauricio will second the motion and then they'll switch it.
Cody Crowley's can't try to do that with Ugas. I think they try. Was it Ugas like 3? Is it 3 or 5? Something like that. Crowley tried to move up into like a higher position spot in the rankings for one of the belts.
Mm-hmm. So you go down.
Sorry, go on.
No, so yeah, you go all the way. Unfortunately for us, they started in heavyweights, and I thought they were going to do straw first, which would gotten us out of there really freaking quickly. But they started with heavyweights, so it took us forever. And yeah, so we were sitting right next to the mic because Nonito's like, well, where should we sit? I go right next to the mic, and he's like, why? And I was like, well, because Maloney's sitting 5 rows back. When it gets to bantam, you're going to be right there. You know, and I'm telling you, Nonito's not the guy outside of boxing. He's totally different. When it came to the bantamweights, I was like, they brought up the bantamweights. They started naming off the 15, and our petition to move from 4 to 1 had already moved Nonito to 2 on the board, and he was 4 last month. I already had a bunch of notes in case they didn't move him because I knew the quality of opponents of number 2 and 3. And literally number 1 also, I could wipe his face with his quality of opponents. Number 2, the one that Jason Maloney had fought, was a 52-1 fighter. And 4 fights ago, he fought a fighter that was 0-1-0. 5 fights ago, this guy fought a debut fighter. How is that allowed?
That's kind of crazy to be ranked that high doing that.
Exactly, right? Like, I was like, okay, if they're going to question why I'm requesting this, like, I'm going to go boom, 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 boom. So what happened is they started doing the bantamweight rankings and Nonito stood up and then he looked behind him. Here comes Jason. And he, like, Nonito leans over because literally the mic's right next to me. And he's all, should I let the Australians go? I go, fuck yourself. What are you talking about? You're going to let them? No. He's like, okay. And so here comes Richard. Richard talks for him. And then Nonito just says, thank you. And then Jason, you know, comes up and he says that he wants to hold his number 1. Richard says he wants number 1. They go back and forth for a bit. And, Maloney's team agreed they would fight us for the vacant if we didn't come for the number 1 spot. And I stood up and Nonito pulled my jacket down. And I'm like, what? He goes, we're fine with number 2. I was like, we're not fine with number 2. And he goes, he's going to fight us. And I was like, you believe them? And he's like, yes, we're fine. I was like, I don't believe that. And he's like, no. He's like, stop. I go, he just fought a tricycle driver. And he was like, no. He's like, leave it alone. And so I sit down. I'm like, fine. You trust people. This is Nonito. You trust people. Okay. So we go through all the rankings and all this fun stuff. The next day is the mandatories. And before the mandatories, Nonito has a he was talking about drugs. So he has a panel. So the panel is, there's so many seats on the stage. They have another guy who was, I believe he was a federal agent on drug trafficking, on just drugs in general. And Nonito was talking about drugs in the sport. And so they had, question and answer, speeches, all this other fun stuff. After that became the mandatories. And Nonito came and sat next to me. Now we're sitting in the back row, right? And I'm like, do. And Nonito's like, let's go eat. I'm like, I want to see the mandatories. And he's like, but we don't need to be here. We're at number 2. They're going to fight us. And I was like, I want to see the mandatories. The whole reason I didn't talk is because I know what I'm talking about, but I also don't know the politics on how to approach it. So I wanted to learn, right? Like, how is Richard doing this? How are other people doing this?
Yes.
When does it start to get heated? So I wanted to learn it in the environment. So I was learning. I was like, okay. So anyway, we go through again. Here we go, like freaking heavyweight down to bantam. So we're literally, I'm trying to keep myself preoccupied. The boxing voice was podcasting, so I would go over there and I would talk about something, that I'd jump off the stream again, like just kind of clowning around, like not really taking anything seriously. I literally was on the Boxing Voices stream, and they announced, they say bantamweight division, Inoue, blah blah blah, and this and that, and I see out of the corner of my eye freaking Jason standing up, and I'm like, hold on. And I literally take off the headset and I like put it, he's like, Ness is like, uh-oh, Rachel's pissed. And so I grab Nonito and I'm like, dude, I was like, this is exactly what I told you. And he's like, what? He's like, that guy's not doing it. They had Dawn from Top Rank talking in front of Jason. So Jason didn't speak, but Dawn did. And he tried to convince the panel to elevate Jason Maloney to instead of a vacant title, they wanted him to be named the champion without fighting anyone.
What do you mean? That they wanted him to be named the champion? You was in line for the belt.
He was number 1. But he's number 1. So we were number 2.
Right.
So because when Inoue moves up, yes, our agreement the day before was to fight for the vacant.
Right.
The mandate day, what they requested. Huh?
Versus the number 1 guy, Maloney.
Yes. But what they asked for the day of the mandates was Maloney be elevated to champion when Inoue vacates.
Their side asked for that.
Yes. Yes.
But you were told that you were going to fight for the vacant belt anyway.
Well, yes, that's what they told us, and why I fought Nonito on taking away his number 1 position. And he said they wouldn't do that. And I go, look, I told you trust these fools? I was like, I told you they were going to do something. And so Richard and Nonito went up to the mic and they're like, we agreed yesterday. And they're like, it doesn't, we're not trying to take any away from Nonito, but we're just asking for him to be elevated. And Richard's like, listen, I knew my friends at Top Rank were going to pull something like this. And that's the only reason I agreed to not come for Jason's number 1 position, because you fight us for a vacant belt. Now you're asking to be elevated.
Nonito and Jason Maloney actually face off?
Yes, after the WBC said they're not going to, and that they need to fight for the vacant belt. They can't just give it to Maloney.
So wait. If you did not turn up to the WBC convention, you technically are saying that you would have lost a vacant chance of fighting for that belt when Inoue moves up and gives up that belt?
No.
Or
I think if we...
You're saying that they would have put Maloney in a position, they would have given him the belt by email?
Correct.
Oh, man.
It's number 2.
But why would they give him the belt by email?
Who was gonna contest it?
So if you're not there to contest it, Maloney would have got the belt by email.
Mm-hmm. That's why it got heated. Because he's like, we agreed to this yesterday. That's why we didn't come for Jason. That's why Richard didn't come for Jason. I still wanted to come for Jason. I told Jason earlier in all out of all due respect, we were at the bar and he was like, so what are you guys positioning in? And I was like, I'm coming for your throat. I wasn't joking. I was coming for him. But Nonito, because he trusts everyone, said, don't fight him. Just, we're okay with number 2. I was like, no, we're not. And he's like, yes, we are. And the next day, the day Nonito didn't want to go to the mandate meeting, if we weren't there, but Richard was, then it would have been okay. Richard would have fought for it. But if both of us weren't there, who was going to fight about what we talked about yesterday and what we already agreed upon?
But that seems crazy that 24 hours prior, you had agreements. If you didn't turn up for the next day, that whole agreement could have gone to void because the next party were trying to get themselves into a different position. So it seems like you would have had to be there to the last minute of your circumstances in your situation, because you can't just leave it halfway or you would have lost that position.
Correct.
I don't know. It just sounds a bit fishy though, doesn't it? I don't know. Because
well,
just
for example, so Virgil Ortiz and Keith Thurman. Here's another example. Well, I'll give you another example after that. But Virgil Ortiz, Robert Diaz was his representative the day before the ratings. Robert Diaz was fine with the number 2 position, but he was petitioning for a fight off between Thurman and Ortiz. WBC said, isn't he the mandatory for the WBO? And Robert Diaz said, I never heard that. And he goes, I believe he is. But this is not where we talk about eliminators. That's tomorrow. So the mandate comes, the mandatory meeting comes, and Robert Diaz isn't there. So it's either one or two things. One, he either found out that, oh shit, Victor Ortiz actually is supposed to be, Virgil Ortiz is mandated in the WBO, so I can't push an eliminator. 2, they caught me. Or 3, he didn't wake up and forgot he was supposed to be there. Well, I don't know which one it is because he didn't show up that day. So when they brought up Spence, and Thurman, they're like, is there any problem with it? Open mic? No one freaking stood up. Robert Diaz wasn't there.
Did you hear that, Tip Bayless?
Yeah, I was watching it. It was kind of crazy.
I mean, Tip Bayless, they say they want to fight Keith Thurman, but really, nobody wants to petition. And even Terence Crawford, he didn't want to even have the negotiations when Keith Thurman said that he was very interested in fighting him. So what's going on with this? That Virgil Ortiz didn't, the next day, they didn't say anything. Nobody turned up. What do you think of that, Tip?
I think they're all waiting until the belts free up.
Yeah, but if his point was to block Thurman from fighting Spence, he failed.
Oh, yeah, big time. I still like that fight if it were to get mandated. Virgil versus Thurman, that's a big fight.
Yeah. No, I agree. So my third example is Don, the same guy from Top Rank, was talking, they were asking for an update on Lomachenko and Haney's negotiation. And he took a 5-minute recess to call I don't know who. And he came back and said, hey, they're in negotiations. I can confirm that. And also, by the way, Shakur will fight anyone. Mind you, Sean Givens is there. WBC's Mauricio says, cool, you're fighting Isaac Cruz. Sean's sitting there, and he doesn't say a damn thing. doesn't stand up for his fighter, doesn't say, you know what, I don't agree with this because he's new into the division. I think that we should be mandated to fight someone else and he should fight someone else in the top 10. Whatever. Now we're hearing Cruz's dad say that they don't want to fight Shakur. But
is that a real statement?
Your mouthpiece was there. What, for Isaac's dad?
Yeah, is that real?
I don't know. That's what I've been seeing, and I'd have to see who reported it, but that's what everyone's been talking about. But if you had a,
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I don't understand why his dad wouldn't want to take that fight now, and Shakur is moving up. I think this is the perfect time to take the fight. You don't want him to get settled into the division. Just my personal opinion.
They said, I thought the quote was something about it's going to be like a dog chasing a cat, and it's going to be a boring fight, something like that.
Oh, I think they're talking stylistically, but Shakur doesn't fight like that. It's somewhat similar to Devin, but it's Shakur's a little bit more come forward.
I honestly don't know, but if it was me, and let's just as a manager, I didn't stylistically like it, then I would have said something when I was there. I mean, it's kind of the point of being there.
You ain't gonna leave it, and that's what we need. That's what you need.
No.
That's what you need. So does that mean at this point, where does that leave Nonito Donaire at this point then? Like, because no fight is going to be made with Maloney until we realize what Inoue is doing.
Well, you forget that what the WBC also ordered during the ratings. They said that, check this one out. They said Matchroom asked the winner of Chocolatito Estrada, do they get a voluntary defense? And the WBC said yes, they get a voluntary defense, and after that they'll have to fight the mandatory. And he said, okay, Matchroom went home. The next day at the mandatory, here comes Don again, and Jason speaking on behalf of his brother, and he's like, well, we want the mandatory position, and we want to be able to fight Chocolatito Estrada next. Here comes Richard. You said yesterday, WBC, that Matchroom has a voluntary defense, and WB said yes. They have a voluntary defense, which means that we're not going to put a mandatory position in front of the winner. So you take that situation in itself as you will, because we can neither confirm nor deny why we fought so hard for the voluntary defense.
Wow. So is there anything that you really did learn from these conventions that you took back with you that could help you in the future? Or maybe, if you was needing to do the stuff for fighters, is there a lot you've learned in this particular convention?
I think what I've learned is that you really need to do your homework. For example, there was a manager that I did not confront, but I basically slapped him in the back of the head at a bar. And he asked for a higher positioning, and the BC said, well, why? And he couldn't give them a reason. And so they elevated him one rating up. And so when I saw him later that night, I was like, the hell did you do that for? Because I know his fighter. I know him. It's not like some random. And he's like, well, that's all they said they would give me. I was like, because you didn't do your homework on who was 1 through 4. If you wanted him to be ranked higher, you need to state, listen, the guy before him, he fought this guy, and that guy's trash. It was a debut fight. This guy before him, he fought a guy that was had 5 losses back to back to back to back, right? So you have to come with this as a chess match. And if the other person isn't there, or there's a lack of knowledge of the opponents above you, then you have to be able to move and state your case. And if there is no one to represent you, you're screwed.
Should more fighters go in representation of themselves? in upcoming events?
I honestly don't think so because I try to coach Nonito to the best of my ability and it still miserably failed. So, no, because I think managers and promoters, we can really step out of ourselves and talk fact is fact and go to war, right? In the quote unquote boardroom, where fighters, when you start talking about all these things, like I literally had 3 pages on Jason, Norab Rangvisai, Norab Rangvisai, and Inoi's younger brother. I don't know, I'm blanking on his name, but Naoya's younger brother. And I knew all of who they were fighting next, who they fought in the past. I knew their last 5 fights. I knew, all these different things about every single one of them. And I was ready. Ask Nonito to do what I did. He would freaking like lose it. Like he's like, wait, what? How does this have to do with this, or this have to do that, and this? I'm like, listen. I was like, this guy that Maloney fought in April of this year, 2022. He fought a guy that was 0-1-0. The month before that, he fought a debut fighter. How is this guy ranked so high? He has no quality opponents. But if I gave that to Nonito, he wouldn't know what to do with it. So I think it's good for the fighter to show face, to state their case. But when it comes to really arguing out the case, I don't think a lot of the fighters have the experience to do so. And it's better for them to show face and show support of the sanctioning body, and then allow someone else to step in who is more knowledgeable and in playing the chess match in the boardroom.
But not just knowledgeable. It's like a court and a judge, attorney, right? Sometimes these other guys, the promoters and managers, they got a better relationship with the people on the board, right? So when they talk, they know how to approach them, and they kind of realize that they got their relationships with them, right? So these are the people that you need to represent for you, because they also, it's not like they got a license to talk to these people better, but their voice is a bit more stronger because they do this more on a day in, day out basis. Would you agree?
I don't know. I mean, you see Samson Lukowitz like acting like all crazy every single freaking day, and we're just like, Samson, stop. But Mauricio like entertains him, right? Like if it was me, I'd throw him out. Like he's freaking all over the place. I love Samson, don't get me wrong, but half the time we're just like, Samson, stop. Are you drunk?
Samson
Did you have
was
tequila?
getting a bit funny, innit? What was he saying? And then the WBC said to him, once we voted, we have voted. Go sit down. Sit down.
Oh, he wanted, oh, what fight was it? It was a good fight too.
He wanted something. David Benavidez, Kalen Plant.
Yes.
Canelo Alvarez. Yeah, David
And
Benavidez,
they already,
Kalen Plant.
yeah, and they gave
Samson
it to him.
went
And
in
he's
and
like,
won,
he's like, okay. He's like, yes, we'll mandate that. He's like, so what are we doing now?
Yeah, what do we have to
like, what
do
are you
now?
talking about?
He said,
And he's
"What do
like,
you-"
can I get a show of hands? I'm like, Samson, sit the fuck down before they take it away from you. You stupid. Like you're just like, now you're just being like way too much.
But
Like,
maybe he's heard, right, stories that if they agree with you, then the next day they can change their mind. Maybe just like you said, there's things that people are not
but that
sure
was but that's the mandatory meeting. That was it.
Okay.
So there's ratings and then the mandatories the next day. That's it. There's nothing else. After that, it's parties and closing ceremonies and stuff. There's nothing else. So there's no other meetings.
What ceremonies? What ceremonies?
Closing, like the closing ceremonies.
Where they give awards?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
So after the mandatories, there really isn't anything for you can't go and petition after the mandatory and ratings. It's done.
So what kind of, do you normally have dinner meetings in these conventions? Are there any dinner meetings?
We had a couple. Um, but I tried to literally, the thing is that we were there all day. So I try to like stay in my room, usually during dinner time to finish out what work I still had at home. And then I would go out for drinks after. We stayed on hotel property. We didn't go anywhere. Just because literally we're in those seats from like 9 to 5. There might be a 15-minute break. Like the ratings meeting, there was a 15-minute break. I showed up at like 10:30. And then they were doing the women's panel and then did the women's ratings and mandatories. And they were done by 11. And then they took a 15-minute break. From there, they went all the way through the ratings, which I think was like 4:30 straight.
Wow. So when they go in, it just goes on for hours.
Well, because if not, there was going to be an hour and a half lunch. What time would we have finished the ratings? The dinner, I think that night was at 7 or 8.
So what did the WBC say about anything about their franchise belt? Are they still continuing with that model of franchise? Is that still part of their branding or not?
They did not mention anything like that, but I do believe because of the fact that they're absorbing the regular of BAM's BC into the Strata Chocolatito, that they are trying to consolidate them so there isn't a bunch of belts out there.
So they're just gonna leave. So they're gonna take out the regular belts and just leave probably the franchise and then the silver.
No, I think. Well, I don't know about the silver, but I know they're gonna do just the one main champion.
Oh. And how long are these events? Like, are they like 4 days?
Yeah. Most of them are. The WBA is the 11th through the 14th.
So what does
there
the
for that. This one was Sunday to.
Very similar.
We haven't been. We haven't been, but I think ratings and mandatory are on the same day, from what I saw on the schedule.
Is the WBA the last one? Is that the last one?
I believe so, because BO was 3 weeks ago. Nonito went to the BO, but don't ask him about how the ratings went. He didn't go. Like, I was like, what the, like, because we were supposed to go to the UK, remember, Rapstar? And Nonito, like, decided not to. So we're now home for the next 2 weeks. But if I had, we were going to be home, I would have gone to the BO.
Well, we know why you were going to the UK, but nobody else at the moment, right?
Yeah, no.
Let's just say this. After this convention, a lot of people's fights, they placed it for the ratings, they changed their ratings. Did you see any new changes or any new rules that you need to share with us? Anything?
I didn't go to the referees meeting, so I wouldn't be able to tell you if there was any new rules, but there is like a bulletin that goes out after like the convention, and it pretty much summarizes everything. So when I get that, I'll be able to tell you.
Yeah,
that was going on the same time as the ratings. Like there were different rooms.
Right, that's cool. Anyone else got any questions for Rachel Donner of anything with the WBC? I saw somebody ask a question, ask Rachel if the WBC is corrupt. I mean, that's not really a question for me to ask Rachel, bro. You know,
I don't know what anyone thinks is corrupt. I mean, literally every business in every type of way, you know, if you don't agree with how they're doing things, is going to be corrupt in someone else's eyes. There's there's more than 4 different sanctioning bodies, but 4 recognized. There's also different states. There's also, you know, different commissions, different promoters. to say someone is corrupt would really have to, it would, for me, it would have to be an exchange of doing something for money, which I can honestly say we've never done ever in the rankings, or I've never even heard of anyone trying to pay a sanctioning body for rankings, especially in this magnitude, being able to see it like firsthand with the ratings, whether or not that you agree with who they're mandating and things like that. I mean, again, you closed mouths don't get fed, and if you don't ask, you're not going to get it. I think that was a huge takeaway for me, that you need to be very vocal, and a lot of these fighters just sit and wait for someone to present them with the opportunity instead of fighting for it themselves. I mean, Adames, Alicia Baumgartner was there, and she just so happened to be in the room, and she spoke for her trainer, Tony.
Oh, at the right time, too.
At the right, yeah, because you know what? She wasn't there for the ratings. She just came in for the that afternoon of the ratings, and she came in right where the mandatories were, and she was there all day too. So, you know, I don't like when it comes to what your preference is and what you're perceiving as corrupt. I don't like to point fingers as far as that, because of the fact that Bob Arum does his business different from Tom Brown. Tom Brown does his business different from Golden Boy, does his business different from Matchroom. And someone is always along the way going to say that it's corrupt because they don't like how they're moving their fighters. But we have to also understand that these fighters are independent contractors and make their own decisions on, well, you could just not fight. No one's forcing you. No one's putting a gun to your head. And then you got the state commission, and you know, there's so many entities that make their own rules. For example, you could be sanctioned in Texas, but not in New York. Is that corrupt, or is that just how they operate? So that's my thought on that.
What is below the world rankings? Because the world rankings is the highest level, right? But then you have the belts under, like the NABOs? Like what are those?
Finals? Oh, the NABF and
yeah. What are those belts?
I mean, they're part of the same system. The OBPF, right, is another one. They're all they're almost like regionals as far as I understand, and they're smaller sanctioning bodies underneath the bigger sanctioning body. I do not recall which one goes with which. Nonito knows, and I'm not going to say I know, because of course I got into this game with Nonito being a world champion, so I haven't really been able to understand the logistics as far as those the NABF and which sanctioning body it goes to, because I know there's certain like one goes under the BC as well.
Oh, okay.
So the main thing here is now is going forward. Nonito Donaire doesn't have a boxing date, and you would have to provide him kind of a busy fight, isn't it? Keep active fight. Isn't that something?
Nonito doesn't.
So Nonito doesn't want to keep busy fight.
No. He doesn't want meaningless fights. The only reason we're still in the game is because he wants legacy. That's the only reason I allowed him to stay in. I was like, okay, well, what are we doing? Because we're not going to keep doing we're not going to go back to square one. He wants legacy fights. So I'd say talk to me December 15th when Inoue has fought, when Chocolatito Estrada has fought. I might have a better grasp, but I honestly think no one's going to talk to me until after the new year anyway. But I know Nonito had told Richard he didn't want to fight until spring of next year. He wanted to take the rest of the year off because we never get to take like those holidays. So yeah.
Punch, I see you in the background. Take it away, bruv.
Raquel.
Hmm.
Exhibitions. You know what I'm saying? I tweeted yesterday. I said exhibitions is keeping boxing interesting. UFC is keeping combat sports interesting, and women boxing is holding the little morals boxing has left. What do you feel about my tweet?
That is an amazing tweet. I'm gonna retweet it. Okay, let's hit the first part of your exhibition fights are doing what?
It's
Keeping them interesting?
boxing interesting.
I do feel like it is keeping boxing interesting, but I would put it in the words of the fact that it's keeping us afloat in the eyes of regular viewers, the general population that would never watch boxing.
Well, I actually said exhibitions and YouTube boxing content creators keeping boxing interesting, UFC keeping combat sports interesting, and women keeping the morals that boxing got left interesting. I mean, that's keeping the boxing the morals boxing got left.
Yeah, so the first one for sure, I think it's keeping boxing really interesting because like again, I say it because like the fact that we're getting different viewerships to the general population that we are hoping will turn into, long-term boxing fans, right? That continue to purchase and continue to follow. And with YouTubers, they normally, like Jake Paul, he has like boxers on his undercard, right? So we're getting the exposure of having fans that are not really the fans of boxing before get their eyes on what boxing is, and the entertainment of a boxing exhibition, a Bad Blood or whatever, without really having it be that serious. Like it's almost like a cross of like WWE, the way that they promote it. Shoot, what was your second one? Oh, fight, UFC. UFC, I've always been a fan of UFC, but it's only because I came from a martial arts background, and I feel like to be a well-rounded fighter, yes, boxing is very one-dimensional. That's okay. It's not a big deal. Taekwondo is one-dimensional, but when you put it all together, it makes it very interesting because the thing is that anyone could win in that ring. You could be, really strong in your stand-up game, and you fought against a jiu-jitsu fighter, and you won the first time, but the second time he found out how to trap your leg and take you down, and once you were on the ground, you had nothing. So it's exciting because the playing field is so vast and it's so generalized because of the fact that you literally have to train in how many different variations of martial arts to be able to compete in that ring. I have the utmost respect for UFC fighters and any mixed martial arts, doesn't have to be UFC, because of the fact that you have to be a well-rounded fighter. That's the reason my boys take Taekwondo, they're in boxing, and they're in Jiu-Jitsu. Because no matter which way you want to fight them, at least they know how to fight in that environment. As far as women's boxing, I think women's boxing has been keeping our heads like completely above the clouds, I think, and I guess maybe that's the wrong analogy, but literally like seeing the bigger future of what first of all women's boxing can be and how we can be in women's in boxing in general. I think there's a little crap talk here and there about women's boxing, but that they go back and forth, but at the same time, like, they're literally the underdog in this sport. They're not paid as much as men are, and yet they're putting up a show. And every single card that these women have been putting on has been fire, and no one can say any different. So I think that's a huge respect to the women that have been doing this, and it's also a challenge to the men to up their entertainment value, and also a challenge to the promoters and the sanctioning bodies that these women are bringing the viewership, and showing off their talent and skills, and that they need to be paid accordingly.
Punch, are you there?
No, I'm there. I'm here. I'm listening. I just don't want to.
You,
I'm just in mute because I'm
yeah.
in the store and they got music on. So I'm
Okay, so
at the.
then, Rachel, my thing is
Mm-hmm.
this. So my boy Frank, he's got a question for you. Can you see it highlighted?
Yeah, would Rachel like one governing body like the UFC or prefers the 4-belt system? The problem with your question is the fact it's not just governing bodies, it's also a promoter, right? So you're combining. UFC is the one governing body and the one promoter. What happens with, like, I do like that they have one belt, but what I don't like them as the one promoter is that there is no, it's a monopoly of the sport, and there is no competition, and you can't go and reach out and see like what is your real worth out in the open market. There is no open market. You'd have to go to a B or C rated promotional company that is not as viewer friendly as UFC. So I don't like how that's they don't have other options. I like being able to have the open market and being that without a monopoly. But as far as the sanctioning belts, of course, one champion would make a lot of our lives a lot easier, I think.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Cause so exhibition. Rachel Donaire versus who? Who's your ideal exhibition that you need to kick somebody's ass?
Female or male?
Both.
Shit, I don't feel like I have any beef with any females. That's the thing.
Come on, come on.
There isn't like no one that like someone challenged me. Actually, Casemiro's camp. They picked up some girl who was doing Muay Thai like shields, like cardio kickbox, and she challenged me, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I was like, let's play. I was like, I emailed their like because her husband's in real estate, so I went on their website and I emailed. I was like, send over the damn contract and what weight we fighting at. Like I was down. I was like, please let me fight this chick MMA. And then she went on YouTube and started apologizing on Casemiro's like channel. So there was that. I don't have a lot of beef with females. As far as men, I'd like to take Sean Gibbons out. He's pissing me off. He needs to be gone from the sport. And apparently he thinks he's like that guy. But I mean, Jesus, he's not.
Oh man. I mean, who he got? He got Mark Magazzio. Who else? Who else? He's
Isaac Cruz.
managing Isaac Cruz. So yeah, Isaac Cruz was out there in the WBC. I mean, not Isaac Cruz, but Sean Gibbons. He was out there in the WBC, right? Convention.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So yeah. Y'all didn't have any words.
He stayed clear away from me. He knew better. He also saw Nonito at the BO, and he didn't say anything to Nonito either.
Okay, because a lot of people was talking about also the Pitbull Cruz that got mandated to fight Shakur Stevenson, and his father came out saying that he don't want to fight. That he don't want to fight. He rather not fight Shakur Stevenson because he's a boring fighter. He's gonna be moving around a lot. That he'd rather fight Lomachenko, and I'm saying in my mind like, okay, Pitbull Cruz is an entertaining fighter, right? But let's be honest. I don't think they should be in that type of mindset of picking and choosing. Like if they they are champions or like they beat somebody. Let's not forget that he got his clout because he went 12 rounds with Gervonta Tank Davis. And I think that right now they're acting like they did something special, like they did something like they won a world title and they gotta act like champions, like they're picking and choosing. Like you should be up and ready to go to fight a guy like Shakur Stevenson. You should also be like, yeah, and the camp should be like, hell yeah, that's a great opportunity. Not saying, well, we don't want to fight Shakur Stevenson. We'd rather fight a guy like Lomachenko. How you feel about how they acted? Like, and I'm not saying Pitbull Cruz himself, but the team.
Well, so I think he failed. I think Sean Gibbons failed, and he wants to go make a Twitter picture of me again. I can give a rat's fucking ass at this point, but he had the opportunity. Let's just say like his people were like, nah, we don't want to fight him. He had the opportunity to go up, and he had the opportunity to say, hey, Shakur is new in this division. I'm ranked high. I want to be able to pick this guy who's proven in this division where Shakur is not. Have him fight someone else. But he didn't even freaking come to the mic. And yet now we're seeing this shit on Twitter. I'm like, you were sitting there. He was sitting on the 7th row. He wasn't doing nothing. Why didn't you come up to Mike and say something? Because you didn't want to challenge Mauricio on his order? I mean, it was your job. So I don't know. I'm like, I'm as disappointed as you are because, we've kind of heard like, what happened to the Isaac Cruz versus Ryan Garcia, right? Like they said, oh, well, they didn't offer us enough. And then Golden Boy said that they offered him like $1 million plus, more than he's ever made.
Yep. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I'm like, what the hell is going on? Like, who's stopping these fights?
Like, are they waiting for are they saving themselves for another Gervonta Tank Davis rematch? And I think that right there is dumb in my opinion. I feel like that's stupid. Why would you just you already went 12 rounds? Why don't you get another fight, another top fighter? You had the Ryan, you had that money fight, you had now you got a Shakur Stevenson fight that could be easily. Now I'm not gonna say easily made because of course we still got to see if the other side really wants that fight as well. Like I haven't heard what Bob Arum said. Well, we love that fight. Because he's lining him up for the win.
Okay, but that was Don's fault.
And Lomachenko.
But that was Don's fault too. Don came up and said Shakur will fight anyone and everyone, and then he goes Isaac Cruz, and everyone was quiet.
Don or Todd the Buff?
Don, I don't know his last name. Donald.
Which?
Don. The white guy with that looks like Aaron, but like maybe 2 years younger, skinny.
The skinny
with Jason Maloney.
Okay,
yes.
Okay. The one with the suit.
Him.
That he kept on going up.
Yes. So why? Okay. Yeah. So why didn't you say? And this is homework, right? Why didn't you say Shakur Stevenson is willing to fight 1, 2, and 3? These are the names. These are the records. We want 1, 2, or 3. But he said open-ended, anyone. So WBC said Isaac Cruz. He didn't say nothing, and then freaking Sean Gibbons didn't say anything. And now both sides are saying they don't want the fight. It's like, well, what were you all sleeping? You had the opportunity. There was 2 mics. No one wants to say nothing.
And I think that's where also the boxing fan gets it confused. You know what I'm saying? It's like, all right, sometimes the boxing federation or whatever the sanctioning body, they will order something, right? But then both of the parties don't want it. You know what I'm saying? Like I know that both teams, and Mauricio Sulaimán said this in the past, that both Ryan Garcia and Devin Haney requested to fight in a later date when the fight could be bigger. But then in YouTube, you'd be like, oh, yo, Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia is decking Devin Haney, but why doesn't Devin Haney says that they both requested the WBC, the Mauricio Sulaiman? And when I approached them with that question, they couldn't lie to me. You know what I'm saying? But YouTube people, they're gonna pick sides. But when that happens, that's when other fighters should be elevated. And this is why, moving forward to the welterweight division, why people is like, why did Keith Thurman get in this position out of nowhere? Because Keith Thurman fought Mario Barrios, which was an eliminator. Boots Ennis didn't fight for the WBC, fought for the IBF. Virgil Ortiz didn't fight for the WBC. He fought for the WBO. And Conor Benn didn't fight for the WBA. For the WBC, fought for the WBA. So when Keith Thurman was number 4, he jumped over all of these guys, but because these other guys decided to fight for another sanctioning body and not fight for the WBC, and then people are like, why did Thurman get in this position? Why he jumped over all these guys? Y'all gotta pay attention to the sanctioning and where and who is sanctioning the fights of these fighters.
Yeah, and it's the same thing. I don't know if you were. You might have left. Yeah, I think you left. When we were talking about the Thurman and the Virgil Ortiz, where Robert Diaz had petitioned for the eliminator, and then, but he petitioned during the ratings, and Mauricio said, your fighter is the mandatory of the BO, and Robert Diaz said, I didn't get that memo, and he's like, I'm pretty sure that he is a mandatory. He's like, well, I don't know about that. And he was like, but I want them to be, fighting for eliminators to fight Spence. But Robert Diaz didn't come back the next day. So it's either he found out that the BO was actually mandated for Virgil Ortiz was mandated, which he had 2 options at that point. He could have declined the mandate in the WBO and went back to the BC and says, we declined our position and we want to fight for an eliminator and push that point, which would have been really risky. 2, he knew about it and he was just trying to pull a fast one. Or 3, he slept it. I don't know which one of those 3 happened, but something happened.
I think that was bullshitting because they could have easily got that mic and said, Keith Thurman only fought for an eliminator. He got the silver medal. He didn't fight for a final elimination, so he could be mandatory. So can we fight? Can Virgil Ortiz, who's number 2 in the WBC, fight for a final elimination bout versus Keith Tom Thurman? So we could be the mandatory to early choose Spence.
But
they need me out here. They need me out here, Raquel.
Which was. I know, but listen, if he was mandated 2 weeks prior in the BO convention, he was named the mandatory position. He cannot do that over in the BC. You can't move your positioning.
Because y'all was out there in the WBO convention. Did they order that fight? The Bud Crawford and Virgil Ortiz?
I don't know. Nonito didn't freaking go to the ratings or the mandatory.
Oh, okay.
I wasn't there. I didn't go. And I asked him if he went. He goes, no. Yeah, I tried to find a video too.
And then the WBO didn't say anything. So I guess maybe they did it. Nonito didn't. If I don't go, Nonito didn't know what to do. He was like, am I supposed to go to the ratings? I was like, you should figure out how it works. He didn't go. I guess it doesn't interest. But
no, so that's what they were saying though, was that he was a mandatory. He was named from what Mauricio said. Virgil Ortiz was made the mandatory in the WBO 2 weeks prior, which kind of cross him in the BC for an eliminator, unless he steps down from his mandatory position in the BO. That's what Mauricio's argument was. Whether or not that's true, I have no idea.
Has anyone tried to try to convince y'all to hang it up within the industry? Like when y'all go to a sanctioning body and be like, all right, you know, Nito, but come on, like
No,
they had
no.
no, or they very encouraging and supporting.
They're all encouraging, and based on the ratings, they don't like, okay. And besides Inoue, move Inoue up. Who is going to punch as hard as Inoue in the 118th?
Nah, like it's like I told y'all. I don't think that nobody beats y'all. Other than, let's say, if is not there, ain't nobody. I don't think nobody could really beat y'all. You know what I'm saying?
And
I think y'all beat Paul Butler. Y'all beat Casimiro. Y'all beat
but
Rodriguez. Y'all
Casemiro's
beat
at 22 now.
man, who else?
So
Okay.
Casemiro's out. He's fighting
So yeah,
22 December
I don't
3rd. There's
So if
no
y'all
one.
get another world title, then what's the new goal? Because Nonito's goal was to become a 5 division world champion. So let's say he gets the belt again, but what's the goal?
He needs that 15 for him to stop, I feel. He wants to be 5.
Why don't y'all just go for the 5? You know, even though I
Well,
do like that fight with Jan Jason Maloney, I actually do like that fight.
there's different looks to
Like
it,
if it's any
right? Like,
respectable fight, I do like the Jason Maloney.
well, so what happens is when you vacate and you're a champion and you move up or down, you're usually positioned at number 1 when you're a champion. So positioning him into the vacant position to fight for the vacant, he wins that. Then he has a direct shot to the BC in 15.
So is Richard Schaefer very confident that now when Inoue, well, you're confident now that Inoue gives his belt, you and Maloney are gonna fight for the vacant belt, but in process, Maloney's gonna have another fight because he ain't gonna wait, is he?
He has to. He'll lose his mandatory position. He'll lose his number 1 position if he loses. Who else is he going to fight? He fought number 2
So he has
prior
to
to
wait
that.
as well now. All of you are waiting
Yep.
on the waiting game. So everybody's playing the waiting game now.
Mm-hmm.
So this is what
Well, we're
this
not
is what
waiting. But
this is what the fans get. You know, fans don't understand why fighters don't fight that much because the fighters have to fight the right fight.
mm-hmm. Gaballo, who's number 5, is mandated to fight number, I don't know if he's 3 or 4 now. But the guy who Maloney beat for the, I don't know what you call it, the semi, they would move up into the mandatory position of when Jason and Nonito fight. So that takes out 2 people or 4 people out of the top rankings. Inoue's brother Takuma got dropped from the 18s. I think they rated him in the 22s. His last 2 fights were in the 22s, so they took him out of the 18 ranking. There's Rodriguez, but I
What
don't
about Sonny
know.
Edwards? Sonny Edwards?
He's 12.
Yeah, he's too light. He's looking to come up to fight Bam Bam Rodriguez himself.
Bam is in 12.
Bam's in 12, right?
Yeah.
Bam's gone back
That's
down.
why Bam relinquished his BC 15 and took on the BO 12.
So he's gone back down after beating Rungvisai.
Nakatani and him switched positions. So Nakatani moved up to 15. Punch, you better correct me if I'm wrong because it's already 12:30 and I'm not sure if I'm saying these right. I believe Nakatani moved up to 15 and Bam moved down to 12 at the BO.
So Bam and Sonny Edwards going to get it on then.
Yeah, that's why he's calling Bam out.
So really, the best opportunity is really the Jason Maloney fight, which will be, even the fans would like that fight, to be honest.
But don't you like how they were saying that we should get a 50-50 per split?
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Jason Maloney has never seen the money Nonito has.
I know, but I mean, he hasn't seen the money.
The
He's
fact that
just
they're already trying to play that we're going to go to purse bid instead of sitting down like gentlemen and trying to figure this out. They want to do a purse bid.
Okay, I understand.
They want to take it immediately to purse bid. They don't even want to try to negotiate.
But that fight, if that fight takes place, that fight would be on. Technically, who's Maloney fighting for?
Top rank.
Top rank. So, so that fight will be taking to top rank.
If they win the purse bid, that's why That's why Don said he wants a 50-50 purse split. I'm like, this fool. Okay. Because they're not going to, I mean, just even talking about the purse splits, like, so you're already saying you don't want to come to the negotiating table.
And that's because they want
a bigger purse for Jason.
Yeah.
Because his minimum is a lot lower than Nonito's.
Yes. So they're going to maximize with this opportunity. Correct. You know, boxing's a dirty business. There's no integrity in boxing. It's what they got to do. What's best for them. Even though it looks like it's not good for the other fighter, it's just the way it is, you know. And at this point, they're going to try to make whatever it takes for Jason to be the A side versus a legend in Nonito Donaire. So what they're trying to do.
Hey, Rap.
Yeah.
You know the picture that's on your screen right now? You know where that's from?
Well, I was going to ask you, but I thought I got a nice picture of you this time. And Nonito just says, see how slick both of you look, like you're going at a dinner party or, you know, you're going to a VIP. I said, you know, found a good picture of you guys.
So you know where that's from?
Nah.
Gilberto Mendoza's wedding.
Oh, you guys were at the wedding.
In Colombia.
God, yeah. This is in Colombia. Shit. It looks like a nice little place, though, you guys were at over
there. They set up pretty nice. They set us up pretty nice. Beautifully nice. There's only maybe 150 guests, and we were very honored to be invited to that wedding.
Oh, that's cool, man. That's really nice. Yeah. Nice picture of both of you. But look, at the end of the day, going forward, how long do you think that Nonito's in the game of boxing? Frankly.
I honestly think 2.
2 more years?
Yeah. I think he's done.
I mean, he takes care of himself. He doesn't abuse himself. He's not a party guy like that. I've never seen, I don't know, maybe somebody else does, but I've never seen no clips of him being intoxicated. I don't know. Does he take care of himself?
He does. And he just loves, like, being in the moment. Like, he doesn't need to drink. He'll have a sip here and there, but like he loves to be, he was literally called like the party starter at the WBC because nobody wanted to dance. Nobody was like, I'm going to go dance. He'll jump on stage. He literally had a suit like that with a vest in an outdoor setting. And everyone's like, why was he just wearing a vest at the BC closing? And I'm like, well, because he had a literally 4-piece suit on. He took off his jacket and then he took off his shirt because it was soaked. And he only had a vest that he can wear and not look like just walking around without a shirt on. But he's the life of the party. He enjoys life. He takes it all in, and he doesn't need to be like stumbling around drunk, throwing up and all that stuff. He just loves life. He loves talking to people.
What do you think about these fighters today, though? You've seen clips of Errol Spence out there. You've seen Adrian Broner getting drunk out there a lot. Tank Davis got a drinking problem, but now he's getting better. He stayed away from that crowd. You've seen fighters nowadays who do have some substance abuse issues, that they've had some, little periods. At the end of the day, it's a bad look for boxing, isn't it?
I think it says more about them and their maturity and their manhood when they can't control and address certain issues more than it says about boxing itself. To replicate or try to imitate rappers, people who don't necessarily need to take care of their body. I think everyone should, but an athlete, their idols, the people that they're following, are the wrong people to be following. Why aren't you following someone like Tom Brady? Okay, forget the marriage part, but his health and his habits. Why are you choosing to follow people who are smoking, doing drugs, drinking heavily, in clubs every night? Those people don't need to wake up at 5 or 6 to go for a run. They're not the same people. And yet social media has them idolizing the wrong people. That is something that within themselves they are identifying more of a kind of hip-hop lifestyle than they are an athlete.
Yeah, follow more positive influences,
Exactly.
There needs to be a more of a people to look up to. I would like to ask you, have you got any idols or any legends or anybody in your life that influenced you?
I mean, when I was growing up, there wasn't a lot of strong women that were very outspoken. I've always been able to compartmentalize the same way as, like I said, like I think Bud's in the ring and outside the ring, I question his judgment. Now, I have met numerous people in boxing that I did idolize in the ring, and unfortunately, when I met them in person, they failed me. And I have stopped, and also actresses and actors that I've met. So I've stopped idolizing anyone because each of them has faults, and I will only look up to them for why I'm holding them up there. But any other decision in their life, like, they're just like you and me. So I give my respect to where it's due, and it stays in that compartmentalization. So if there's an actress that is really well in what she's doing, but is a complete bitch and asshole, I'm just like, okay, I stopped idolizing people because you expect them to do so much more for you and then your expectations of them that you put on them, that they didn't put on themselves, are always going to be failed and flawed.
Yeah, I hear you. So let me just ask you this, right? Because I like asking questions that I don't see you probably answering, or what even the people maybe don't expect. But I want to ask you, as a person who's been in this male-dominant sport, who's learned so many things and seen the ups and downs and seen how people have even discriminated you being a woman, in the sport of boxing. Some people don't even like that, seeing a woman who's dominant in the sport. We know that there's still
Mm-hmm.
sexism, still, you know, in certain ways, it's still, you know, it's still there. But what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying is, in a sport like this, you've learned so much. And after Nonito Donaire, as you said, will not be probably in the sport that long. Once Nonito Donaire hangs up the gloves, is that when Rachel's going to hang up the gloves? Or is Rachel still going to be in the sport of boxing, in the business? Or is Rachel as a manager, once Nonito Donaire hangs up, Rachel as a manager hangs up?
I've never really like looked at it that way because I have boxers and MMA fighters that I train and boxers that I advise. And it's only because of passion. I don't charge any of them for training with me and unless they want one-on-one. Most of them just all come into a group and they like it better in a group because when I'm not paying attention to them, they could breathe a little bit. Most of them, you know, like again with advising, same thing. So I feel like there has to be there has to be a balance of work and pleasure, and helping people in a sport that I feel is taking advantage of a lot is basically like it's my passion. It's not my work. It's not my career, and I'd like to continue doing so. It just would really depend on the fighters I'm still advising and still training because I literally can train them without being in the sport of boxing.
So the thing is, you being in the sport of boxing, obviously Nonito Donaire is your number one priority. But once he's out the game, are you thinking of still managing other fighters? Are you still looking to help them in the sport? Are you looking to be a business yourself and make money in boxing? Or haven't gone that far after? Is it maybe you'll just choose another path? I mean, is boxing is brand? You know, have your own something like that.
Well, we haven't really discussed it as much because my career really has me doing a lot of things right now. And boxing is my second job. It not second job. It's technically my passion. It doesn't pay anything. It doesn't even pay for me to get a Starbucks coffee. So I know we've talked about him wanting to train fighters and manage fighters, but we really haven't had that in-depth conversation about his positioning in the sport once he decides to leave.
Mm. So really, you know, I just think you guys are a brand yourselves, and having you guys who understood the sport and being very vocal, knowing how you know that the sport runs, do you think you could help fighters? And also, maybe, you know, is it something that you haven't thought of, but do you think you could help fighters in this sport of boxing?
I definitely think I could, and I feel like I'm more comfortable in this space now that women's boxing has really, you know, taken a flashlight too, and a spotlight, and feel like other women, for example, Serafina, um, we got really talking at the BC, and I don't know if you saw her text messages, but basically Tommy Fury's opponent was supposed to be Bamba, and Bamba he got a different weight on his contract than Tommy Fury when he refused. Well, he tried to negotiate that they need to pay him more for the difference of weight, and they wanted a rehydration clause. Instead of renegotiation with Bamba, they kicked him out of the hotel and canceled his flight home. And Serafina was like, I'm going to blow this up. And she took screenshots of what the promoter said to her, basically told her to shut up, all this other stuff, and sent it to the biggest news outlets of boxing because, like, this is how they talk to women. And I feel like
Has men
now,
spoke to you
oh
like that?
yeah, oh yeah. Someone hang up on me and said they're not going to talk to a woman. I was like, wow, okay, all right.
So you got to have thick skin for this business.
Oh yeah. Yep. But then, like, this time is like the perfect time, right? Like there's women getting their notoriety. They're seeing how we're not afraid to expose the truth, where before it was like, you know, social media wasn't that big yet. And we'll expose it on our own, and having your own YouTube channel, like our own YouTube channel, we can expose it without having to relay it to someone from the boxing industry that might or might not really say what we want to say because they're afraid of ruffling feathers with the promoter. But Rap, I gotta go.
Yeah. But
It's
before
like
you go, I just want to
6
say
hours.
this, man. Before you go, I want to say everybody show some love to Rachel Donaire. She came and showed us some love here today. Rachel, it's been a privilege. We've had a very exciting show earlier as well. It was a great show today, Rachel. Thanks for coming on.
No, of course, and Rapstar, of course. Well, anyone down in chat, like, make sure you guys hit that like, subscribe, and notification button. Rapstar, thank you so much for taking me down from my work day and allowing me to just unwind with you guys. I appreciate it.
Hey, Rachel, anytime, man, and we look forward to hearing from you soon. Exclusive, you heard it here today. Rachel, we'll catch you soon, yeah?
Yep, of course. Talk to you later.
Thank you, Rachel.
Night, guys.
Peace. So you heard it there today, guys. The one and only Rachel Donaire, the wife of Nonito Donaire. Exclusive. We spoke about everything from women, Rihanna, Chris Brown, WBC, where her husband's going to be fighting next, who he's going to more likely fight next, you know, all those things. Thanks for everybody for fucking coming through. Now smash the fucking like button. You know what I'm saying? Smash that fucking like button and do something with your lives. Be positive tomorrow. Yeah? Do something better than you did yesterday, today. Always make it better for yourself. I'm out of here. You've been listening to motherfucking Rapstar. Peace.
Right, what's going on here, Donny's on the next? Barry's actually going to propose to Sandra. Sandra has been giving Barry mad head lately, and he's witch, yeah? He's doing this behind the back of the boys because they know, yeah, they would have cussed him out for proposing to Sandra. Tracy had one job to do, and that was to record it, but she's all over the bloody place. Barry's clocked that she didn't get the footage, so he's going to propose to Sandra again. Oh, for fuck's sake, Tracy! What's going on?